Welcome along. This is our second day of hearings for the Regional Public Transport Plan. We'll kick off with the karakia. Me karakia tātou. Whakatake te hau ki te uru, whakatake te hau ki te tonga, kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki toi, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. So, first order of business is apologies. So, we do have apologies from Councillor Wolfe, Kirk Bernand, Ropata, and Saw for absence, and then Mr. Lenson, Andrew Lenson, for lateness. Thank you, Councillor Staples. Thank you, Councillor Gale. All those in favour, those against, that's passed. Conflicts of declaration, we're going to declare those. We did this yesterday as well. There were none. Are there any for today? I see none. So that's passed. So we'll carry on. So the first submitted today is Perry Zay. Perry, please come on up. And we have 5 minutes for you to present and then 5 minutes for us to ask you questions. So we've got your submission and the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair and Committee. Ko Perry Zay, toko ingoa. I am running for Mayor in Upper Hutt. My presentation will be focused on Te Awa Karangi ki Uta about train stations in northern Upper Hutt. So as you know, Upper Hutt is a small city in our polycentric region. Around half of our working population work outside of Upper Hutt, with a quarter working in Wellington. The Hutt Valley train line is the most well used in the region, provides rapid access to workplaces in peak times, as well as for social and recreation. However, access to this critical infrastructure is unequal across Upper Hutt. The northernmost station is in the city centre, with no access for the third of Upper Hutt living further north in Timberley, Brownell, Clouston Park, Totara Park, and Birchville and Plateau. This is the poorest third of Upper Hutt. So this is despite most of the residents living near to the train tracks, which continue through Clouston Park and Timberley to Maymorn. I support the RTPT initiative to investigate stations in the north of Upper Hutt. This would improve access to school, work, healthcare and retail for our northern community. The project would substantially reduce congestion in the city centre for people driving to the central train station from the north, and free up the park and ride, which was full this morning when I drove past, in the city centre. The Upper Hutt station, sorry, I've already said that the park and ride was full. So Upper Hutt City currently has no significant transport projects in the Regional Land Transport Plan, but it needs to address its transport challenges before they bed in from the strong growth we've had in Upper Hutt. This project would solve the current challenges while setting up for the future. It's a significant but affordable project that makes the most of the existing assets and reduces pressure on others like the local roads. It can address the capacity issues of the city centre park and ride and possibly return some of the civic centre land to uses that are more productive than parking vehicles all day. As one of the most resilient areas in the region, Upper Hutt is likely to receive significant housing growth in the coming decades, and this project will unlock that growth in the north, which is the most resilient part of the city, being higher than the river level. A train station in Timberley Park with a residential and retail development would be transformational. I'd like to talk today very quickly about staging, timing, and interdependency with Limrim, and then I'm happy to take some questions. So I provided the strategic case document with my submission, which outlines the value that the station could bring. My aspiration is to have a train station built in Timberley Park ahead of 2029, and for it to be on the Wairarapa line in accordance with Limrim until new Mātangi trains are procured that have hybrid engines to extend the Upper Hutt line to Maymorn, with Clouston Park Station and Timberley Park Station all on that line. So essentially in the strategic case there was a number of options, and my aspiration is to look in the long term for an extended Upper Hutt line, but in the interim to get a new station on the Wairarapa line. So this approach is affordable and realistic, and while it is unfunded, I'm committed to finding funding if I become mayor, including through a development partnership. And what I need from Greater Wellington is one, commitment to ensure that LIMRIM doesn't preclude these projects, so that the LIMRIM design works take into consideration the possible timetable changes if there was a station at Timberlea Park. And secondly, at some point, commitment from Greater Wellington to partner with Upper Hutt City Council on a business case for that development potential. And I'm happy to take some questions.
Thanks, Perry. Thanks for your submission. I will open the floor for any questions from the group. Councillor Connolly.
Can you tell us what a Timberlea or indeed a Clouston Park and Timberlea train station might do for the community in terms of broader outcomes? Thinking just beyond transport, I guess we've talked about the idea of transport-orientated designs that might include retail or residential property.
Yeah, that's a great question. So one of the Upper Hutt, I think, regionally gets forgotten in terms of investment, and I think the northern part of Upper Hutt gets forgotten the most. So there's been no investment or strategic thinking about how the people in the north of Upper Hutt access anything. It takes 40 minutes to walk to a pharmacy. There's no fresh fruit and vegetables to buy in anywhere near Timberlea. There is a petrol station and a bottle store. And being the poorest part of Upper Hutt, this is unacceptable to me. I think there should be a suburban centre. There should be investment in residential development. I think it could be a potential partnership with iwi, or there could be other health facilities there that would make a huge difference to people. We know that a lot of people that live in Timberlea don't have access to their own private vehicles. So the outcomes certainly extend beyond just access to transport, and we could leverage, because Upper Hutt City Council owns that big asset, that park, we could leverage that to get broader outcomes like healthcare facilities, particularly a pharmacy.
Can I ask a supplementary question? I guess I'm thinking that it might be a future project for a TOD or a transport-oriented design, and we've talked about other projects that might fit into that category around Greater Wellington. So Waterloo being the example that's further advanced, but also in Porirua. Do you think that these could be packaged up as part of, I guess, a possible regional deal or some other kind of approach to central government that took all these transport projects across the region and packaged them together?
Absolutely. I think it is it could be transformational for the region to start investing in transit-oriented developments. I think part of the value there is building the capability and capacity in the council to deliver those with developers. We know in this constrained funding environment that we have to be presenting projects that are able to gain other sources of funding other than government and local government, and I think TODs are a really perfect example of packaging up that partnership, and if Greater Wellington was able to do that in a series, that would get even more value in terms of being able to deliver them well. I think it seems to me as a region, it would be an ideal project to kind of spread the investment and to spread the transformational value that a Greater Wellington can provide.
Thank you. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you. Kia ora, Perry.
Kia ora.
What's the rough population within the catchment area of a Timberlea station?
Great question. 15,000 people live north of the station. So it's a bit hard about where you cut that line off, but Timberlea has like 4,000, so significant. If you compare that to, say, Carterton population, which is a couple of thousand, you start to see the bizarreness of there not being any station in that northern third when you have, I don't know, 7 stations on the Wairarapa line.
And another question. I think I recall from the Upper Hutt City Council submission that there was a note about how few, or maybe even no, Upper Hutt projects there are in the Regional Land Transport Plan. Has this been considered by Kiwi Rail or Upper Hutt City Council or anyone else as a potential RLTP project in the program?
It is my understanding that Upper Hutt City Council put 0 projects forward for the significant project category, aside from making a roundabout bigger in the city centre, which is now not going to be, which never was a significant project in my opinion, but got put through because they proposed nothing else. So I think it is a lack of strategic planning in the Upper Hutt City Council. This project has been discussed for 20 odd years, but no one has had the initiative to push it through. I think it makes a lot of sense to push it through quickly.
Thank you. That's time for presentation and questions. So thank you very much, Perry, for coming in, and we will come back to your submission in the deliberations. Next is Evzen Novak. Please come on up. Likewise, 5 minutes for the presentation and then 5 minutes for us if we need them. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name is Evzen Novak, obviously, and I'm now mostly a Masterton resident, so I'm concentrating on the Wairarapa, as I was a regular commuter. Some of you might know me as I was the managing director of a 100-person professional design practice, but I'm here in my own private capacity. I decided to submit because I'm bringing a bit of a customer viewpoint, not any technical knowledge about transport. I'm invested in the Wairarapa. I see that it's slated to grow at 25%, with 25% population growth in the next 20, 30 years. And it's a place that possesses a lot of potential both for industrial and commercial development and housing. So it's kind of like an overflow for Wellington, and that makes public transport critical. I have reread my submission and aren't going to turn to it because it has a bit of an aura of frustration and venting in the way that it's written. I do apologise if anyone takes it that way. Well, the rail service to the Wairarapa at 17% reliability within 5 minutes isn't stellar under any circumstances, and I think the real customer need is to have a rail service that arrives within 1 or 2 minutes of the timetable, not 5. I don't think I've ever been on a train that's been on time, to be honest, which is a bit of a frustrating thing to say. I think the public transport should be supporting the Wairarapa's growth and development. Again, that's my main reason to comment. I think the poor service has markedly reduced usage. So if the Upper Hutt Park and Ride is 100% full, all of the Wairarapa Park and Rides are 50% full, if that. And anecdotally, I think the driving times to Wellington have increased because of the transfer of people from train to road. And I think a lot of people like me are personally a bit reluctant about the trains. So given that we're going to have a new set of train sets, that's the opportunity for a step change, and I thought that's the opportunity to say a few things about what should and could happen. And it's really important, I think, to increase the number of public transport users, so I support everything in the plan that does, because we've got existing capacity, it's underutilised, we've got road congestion, and better services will be supporting, as I've said, development. So I put in my submission a couple of things to maximise the advantages of the train travel, because it's competing. The competitor is the convenience of point to point with a car, and the sort of mobile living room aspect that you can call your car. It's, you know, it's got privacy, you can do your coffee, and you're not supposed to, but people text and do all sorts of stuff in there. And it feels like it's yours, whereas the train doesn't have that. But there's a whole lot of advantages, I think. The trains need to go faster. I know these new ones just have to go faster, I think, because the tunnel is that huge advantage which would transfer the travel time from being 120 minutes by car, which it is now in peak times, to it should be 70 or 60 or some number much, much better than it is at the moment. Not that I'm the transport engineer to tell you how to do it. It needs to get reliable, we all know that. It needs to have the frequency so that if you miss one train, it's not too hard to get to the next. It needs to be really comfortable. If the car's a personal lounge, then the train needs to be a cafe type space, sociable, comfortable, could have co-design interiors with Mana Whenua, so it feels like it's a New Zealand train, not a train that's just imported from somewhere else. And it needs the cafe coffee, the dogs, the 3 abreast seating, all the things that would make it feel like you're somewhere else, not just being pushed into something that's rather crowded and uncomfortable. And then lastly, I think we need to be keeping the costs down, because public transport is more often than not used by people who don't have huge extra amounts of money. The way I look at it, the public transport subsidy from the ratepayers is really ratepayers-funded congestion charges. And maybe somebody can do some financial things and check that out. So I've finished. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for listening, and happy to answer any questions as best I can.
Thank you very much. Open the floor for any questions from folks. We have been thinking a lot about the Wairarapa line, so that might explain the lack of questions now. There has been a lot of work going on. I had one question, which was, you've suggested dropping the use of Maimorn, Matarawa and Renal Street stations to, as you say, save 15 minutes off the timetable. We've just heard another submitter
I just listened to
say add a station. So
Yeah,
presumably you don't support adding a new station at Timberley.
Well, I would support it actually if the Matangi units went as far as Timberley and that was the end of the line, or they went as far as Maimorn. But the advantage of the Wairarapa train is the tunnel, and it's competing with going over the hill. Mm-hmm. And whatever speeds it up to get into Upper Hutt and Wellington fast is what needs to be done.
Okay.
And stations have been removed. Wainawa was removed. So,
Councillor Laban, then Councillor Staples.
I'm going to try and make it sound like a question. Do you think, or do you agree that I'm just conscious of 42-minute flight from Wellington to Auckland, you can get a cup of coffee and something to eat and a snack. Do you see the opportunity for that train line to have 1, Wi-Fi and 2, serve breakfast?
Well, breakfast, if it's more than a muffin, might be a stretch, but I'd answer yes to both. Should be done.
Thank you. Councillor Staples.
Thank you. I just would like to say that I totally hear the pain about the Wairarapa train service. So, you know, it's not lost on me, believe me. I do catch it. My question is, were you around when we tried to close Matarawa station?
No.
Right, that's why you're still alive then. I totally hear what you're saying, but I can assure you it's not an easy thing to do.
Okay. Well, let me loose on the... I've got a... I think he's my second cousin who lives just around the corner from there. But you notice that everyone drives to that station, so driving to Carterton is not much harder than driving. Oh, okay. My opinion. Yeah.
Thank you very much thanks for the submission, and we'll come back to it later. So thank you very much. Okay, so next submitter is Liz Perno. So Scott's agreed to sit next to Liz and type out any questions that we have so that Liz can engage with them in case she can't hear them. So, well, she can't because she's deaf, as we've been informed. So, yeah, we've also had an extra handout from Liz that should be circulated to you all on your desk. So, Liz, over to you. Welcome. 5 minutes for you, and then 5 minutes for us.
Now?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Liz. All bus stops need to contain bus stop timetables in the shelter or on the pole. Like that. This is no use to us at all. The first picture in the document. 2 plastic cases saying the same thing about download an app but with no timetable. My query to Metlink re no timetable was lodged, and I was told a replacement bus shelter with a timetable inside is in the maintenance and pipeline, which is great to know. This is a high user bus stop during peak hours weekdays, with 2 college buses and numerous commuters to Upper Hutt Station at peak hours. The kids do have mobile phones, but as a parent I'd want them to have the bus timetable as well, to be guided by. There's a photograph with half a dozen school children at 8 a.m, but about a dozen were there 5 minutes later before the bus arrived on a weekday. The major bus hubs like Hutt Hospital and railway stations all have paper timetables. These are useful, quick and non-digital way for pensioners who struggle with technology and apps or can't afford to top up their phone or their phone storage is limited. Older people can't be bothered with apps and notifications. Put glasses on to read the screen. It's quicker and easier to read a paper timetable. So there's a picture of phone storage is full, no room for more data or apps, no more credit to top up phone. As a high user of public transport, I take advantage of the total mobility discount to hop in and out of buses and trains around the Hutt Valley during off-peak hours several times a week. I frequently find myself at an unfamiliar bus stop and go to look at the timetable, but there isn't one displayed. This puts me at risk as a disabled person, as from a health and safety and wellbeing aspect, I am then, as an older woman, waiting alone at an unfamiliar bus stop without a timetable to advise me of when the next bus is coming or the frequency. Often such remote bus stops aren't near facilities, toilets or shops either, which is problematic and inconvenient. It just adds another layer of stress to disabled people's experience of public transport system. We're the very consumers who use public transport a lot, as it's the cheapest and most efficient way to get around. Many of us can't afford petrol and don't drive cars due to health reasons. Frequency of buses along the main routes is great. I don't have a problem with it. And it's great to see the number of bus shelters increase. Overall, I'm very happy with the availability and affordability of public transport, especially with the off-peak fares using a total mobility card. But consistent with their marketing message, Metlink need to cater to the large customer base of disabled pensioners, students who use public transport, especially with the off-peak travel discounts, as it's the cheapest way to get around. Many organisations are doing quite well in the disability and accessibility space. Metlink, I think, should follow suit and capitalise on that and cater to their large customer base of disabled and pensioners and low-income people. There are thousands of us, and too often we're left out of the decision-making around important issues which affect us. Number 2, the bus from Totara Park number 111 to Upper Hutt needs to run on a Sunday. Currently there are connecting buses and trains 7 days a week from Upper Hutt Station, so elderly and disabled need to be able to access them, not stay at home every Sunday due to no connecting bus from Totara Park. As an example, due to joint pain, I recently walked on a Sunday to Upper Hutt and back uphill. A 20-minute walk normally it took me 3/4 of an hour. Crossing roads with a walker and wheeler as a deaf person is not safe, as I can't hear approaching traffic and there aren't pedestrian crossings in the suburban back streets. With a bus that's safe and efficient, and I know I can get to Upper Hutt in one place quickly in about 5 minutes. Even if it was an hourly timetable like the Saturday one, that would suffice. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Thank you very much. So, if there are any questions, Scott can.
Liz has recommended a speech to text app, so
Oh, yeah?
if you speak clearly into the mics, it should work and come up on my screen on my phone here for
Awesome.
Liz. So,
Okay. So, Councillor Connolly.
Councillor Con-
There we go. Thank
Hi.
you, Liz, for your presentation. Is that working? My name's Ros Connolly. I am the representative for Upper Hutt, and I have had quite a lot of communication with people in Totara Park around the location and functionality of bus stops. So I've worked with Metlink to try to improve the situation. I guess the trade-off between having written timetables is that it's harder for us to make adjustments and to be agile. So I'm wondering what you think about real-time information boards, which would be digital displays that would tell when the next bus is coming, but possibly not provide a full timetable.
I think that would be excellent because the RTI boards at Upper Hutt Station are brilliant, and you always know when you get there whether, the southbound bus is going, what time it's going, or whether if you're going north, when it's coming, when it's going. That is excellent, but I realise that obviously the RTI boards probably wouldn't be able to afford to be done on every single bus stop, but those Perspex timetables, A5 size in the bus stops, are excellent for us because, like I said, sometimes remote back streets of, say, Nainai or Taita, there's really nothing there. It's all residential. You find yourself there because you've gone to, I don't know, Moore Wilson's or somewhere. It doesn't feel safe. Thanks.
I will talk with Metlink staff around which bus stops they're looking to put RTI information on, and we'll get back to you with that information because we are working towards a bigger RTI rollout as part of our service delivery. Another question, which is actually for staff rather than for you, Liz, is in our last transport plan, we had plans to roll out a number of bus services, including the Totara Park service, I believe, and other services in Northern Upper Hutt to provide a Sunday service. And to my understanding is that has not happened. As we look to head into our next public transport plan, I'm wondering if we can get a, final sum up of where we got to with the last plan, including actions that have not been implemented.
So we do report against the existing RPTP. So there's probably something on that actually tomorrow at the Transport Committee. Is there? Yeah, maybe. There is. There is a report on our delivery related to. Oh, I need to talk straight into the microphone. I was saying there is a regular report on progress against our existing regional public transport plan, and we'll hear about that tomorrow. But those points that you've made, Ros, specifically, we'll pick up on as well.
And we can bring some
Okay.
information.
And this afternoon in our deliberations, we will talk about this matter of timetable information at remote bus stops. I think we have around 3,000 bus stops on the network. So as you say, Liz, we can't have real-time information screens at every one, but we can have them at some, and we can also look at paper timetables at others. So we'll look at that in our deliberations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. And thank you, Scott. And thank you to the speech to text.
Sorry, Metlink was Netflix.
Okay, next is Kat. So Kat, oh, hi Kat. Please come up. And so we've got 5 minutes for you, 5 minutes for us, and floor is yours.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, my name's Kat Thorsten Mitchell. I'm come here to talk about dogs on public transport. I'm all for it, and that was my submission. The reason I'm all for it is because somebody else is talking, or
Sorry. Yeah, we'll just hang on a second.
Yeah.
If we could talk outside, or yeah, thanks.
yeah. I'm all for it because for several reasons, dogs should be there. It is unfair that people on lower incomes who have dogs will also have to have a car in order to be able to take their dogs to the vet, to somewhere suitable to exercise them. If they were able to take them on public transport, that would mean that their costs would come down. Also, it would be better for climate change, as in fewer cars on the road, because you have to have a car when you have a dog. So dogs on public transport shouldn't be an issue, really. In other countries outside New Zealand, dogs have been allowed on public transport for generations. I remember in the 80s, I used to take my dog on trains, buses, trolleys, you name it, and it was taken for granted. Dogs are managed by their owners. Anybody who says that, well, dogs can be aggressive on trains, when people can be aggressive on trains, they are then thrown off the train or in other ways stopped from going on the train. Same thing should happen with dogs that are not capable of being on a train, because they are an extension of their owner, same as kids are an extension of their parents, and they will also be spoken to if they are not behaving on a train. Dogs make less mess and are often less problematic than people on trains. So the fear that dogs can upset a train ride is unfounded. Another thing about dogs is dogs on trains, and people are fearful of, say, well, what about people who are allergic? What about people who are really fearful of dogs? And that's fair enough. Quite easy to manage that by simply designating certain train cars as dogs allowed or dogs not allowed. This is how they do it elsewhere, and that is followed by people. You can do it on bus services as well. You can have it in their bus service timetable, as in, this is a dog service, dogs allowed service, this is, the rest of them are not, or the other way around. Alternatively, or one way of doing it is perhaps not allow dogs on the really crowded morning trains. Some people might be put off by that. But anywhere else. Also, dogs all sizes should be allowed on trains. It isn't just about little dogs. People with their normal family size or large dogs that are part of the family also need to be able to take their dogs to the vet, to the park, into town, because they're part of the family and they need to go on the train together with the family. This should be a non-issue, really. They've started in Auckland, so we should start in Wellington sooner rather than later. And I think it would be a great relief for a lot of people if they could start take their dogs on public transport. Okay.
Thanks, Kat. Councillor Staples.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll precede my question by saying I'm a dog owner. I have 5 Schipperkes, so I'm not anti-dogs. However, we have heard from people earlier in the hearing that do have issues around dogs. Now, one thing that I have noticed in travelling overseas is that the dogs in Europe tend to be a lot more socialised than some of the dogs in New Zealand. So I guess it's about how we manage the differences, as opposed to how we make it work with the differences in the fact that New Zealand is not France or Italy, and we've got a way to go with regards to the socialisation of dogs. So do you see if we were to run some sort of trial, perhaps having dogs muzzled or having a weekend trial, because that's people could take their dogs out to go to the regional parks or whatever. I'm just looking at ways that we can incrementally make this work, because I think if we suddenly just turned around and said, right, we're letting dogs on public transport, we're going to end up with an unpleasant situation, which is not ideal.
I think it's a perception is important, and there is a perception that large dogs are for some reason not socialized in New Zealand. My experience as a dog training instructor, and I have been for many years, I'm also on the Dogs New Zealand Canine Good Citizen Program Committee, which is one of the programs which we run for dog training clubs and private people who don't go to dog training generally. It's a program where dogs are getting socialized out and about as canine good citizens. It's one of the ways which can be promoted to help people, I suppose, get their dogs trained to be in public areas. That's what it is. And it could start to incorporate public transport training as well as part of that. I think a smaller or a weekend or a 9 to 3 or the lower when there's not as many people on the trains is a good way to start, because I agree with you that there is a perception that this is an issue. I don't believe that there is, and people will be positively surprised, but the perception is important to address that. So yes, by all means start with a smaller start, but with the aim to overcome this fear that dogs are going to cause a problem because they're Kiwi dogs, they're not French dogs. And there are unsocialized French dogs and Swedish dogs and English dogs. But on the whole, dogs are more capable than people think they are. That is my experience, having worked with a lot of dogs. And it doesn't take that much for them to cope with going on a train or on a bus. If they only do it once or twice with a calm person, oh yeah, this is what it is. Okay. But you're right, it's a perception and it needs to be addressed. You can't just sweep it away.
That's okay. Interestingly, ducks.
That was a duck sound. Are you into that? Is the Maimai's calling, is it?
No, ducks are allowed. Ducks are allowed on board as long as they are in a carrier.
I did have dogs on it, but it would make all my dogs bark every time the phone rang.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Kat at this stage? Yes, Councillor Duffy.
Kia ora, thank you. I'll preface my questions with that I'm not a dog owner, but I'm interested in the line of thinking as to if we were to move into this change, then how would we go about that in a careful way?
Mm-hmm.
It strikes me that buses are the most difficult space because it's smaller and confined. With the ferry, the dog can be on the top deck and be kept separate, and with the train, you could have different carriages, for example.
That's right.
If a large dog, was be able to be carried on a bus, would it be advantageous to have a particular sort of dog space, not always for dogs, but a particular set of seats that if a dog's coming on board, that's where they go, and then people who don't want to be near a dog can sit somewhere else? Is that sort of a practical thing, or wouldn't that work?
As I said, having been on buses where dogs are on, my experience is, and that seems to work, is that the area where there is space, that's where you have a dog. If there isn't any space on the bus for a large dog, then people don't normally get on with their dog and sort of squeeze in between legs and so on. It's not really feasible, because you are part of this journey as a dog owner, so you need to take that into account. It isn't a right if there isn't the space. It has to work for everybody. So a certain area, say dogs allowed on a bus, fine. If that space is completely booked, then you can't put a dog on the bus, squeeze them in. However nice the dog is, that could cause problems, if nothing else for the dog, because it'll be trampled.
just to say that that's not a brilliant scenario in terms of like reliability, because if you have a dog and you walk down to the bus stop and you're expected to get on the bus, but then there's no space on the bus, then you have to make alternative travel arrangements, walk back up the hill. I mean, I can see that it's quite a minefield actually, this issue.
Yeah, it could be. As I said, the bus services, you could have dogs allowed in the timetable as you have other things, allowed or not on the bus. But it is, and you've got to start somewhere. It's easier on the trains, absolutely. And my suggestion is you start with the trains. And if the perception, as you said, is quite safe, there hasn't been any issues, then, the thinking about how do we do this on buses, that could come next.
Thank you very much, Kat.
Thank you
Really
very much.
Appreciate the submission and you coming in to speak to it. So
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Next, we've got Susan from Horowhenua District Council. And yeah, we've got a submission here in front of us. So, Susan, what's that? Okay. So yeah, 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes for us, and then I think we could take a break. Yeah, might as well actually take a break and do a few things. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's kick off. We're in your hands, Susan.
That's it. Okay, I was on already. I turned myself off. Good morning, councillors. My name is Susan Philp. I am from Horowhenua District Council, and I'm supported here today by Lisa Poynton, who's our strategic planner, and also Perry, which I know is quite known to many of you. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to speak to our submission. We want to use this time to share in person the significant growth and change our region is experiencing. Our communities are evolving rapidly, and with this transformation comes the need for a robust, reliable and sustainable transport network. Greater Wellington is investing in prioritising transport infrastructure, which is critical for our growth and supporting enhancing connectivity and ensuring our region remains vibrant and accessible to all. Specifically, we want to share with you our aspirations of moving and upgrading our train station, which will support our town centre transformation initiative, which I'm leading, and also just ensure that our residents enjoy equitable services. As part of our long-term plan consultation, we actually managed to capture some videos. I'm hoping this will play because you'll be able to hear directly from some of our residents. Oh, is it going to play? Is your volume? I might share that video around. Oh, we've got IT people helping. Yeah, it's always good.
I tell you, the IT is working a lot better than yesterday, but still not optimally.
We'll have to rewind it.
Suspense is killing me.
One thing one issue is public transport. Why is that issue? Because people struggle to get to the places they need to go. And what could council do? We could put more train stations in and have more trains running. We need public transport because kids can't drive and sometimes their parents can't take them. One of the issues that we're talking about as a group is that we want better public transport in the bin. So like bringing Getlink all the way through to us so that like we could get on a train from Sydney all the way through to Wellington or just anywhere and like make buses and just better transport for anything because it would like save gas, save money, like you wouldn't have to worry about the car, leave at the Wi-Fi train station, and just be more fun.
So that's just a snippet of what our residents are saying. I have lots of conversations with businesses and things, and transport is definitely a very hot topic amongst them, and they're very excited to hear about the improved services that we will be getting. I just want to share with you, it's going to click to the next slide. playing again. No, there we go. That's the right side. So I just want to share with you, I guess, the significant growth that Horowhenua is experiencing, and also the projection that we're on. So we've currently got 37,000 residents, and we're projected to reach 54,000 residents by 2044, surpassing the current population of Upper Hutt City. This growth is accompanied by a booming commuter population, as Horowhenua's fastest growing industry is not actually our amazing produce, it's residents travelling to work in Wellington. Horowhenua and Kapiti is poised to play a pivotal role in the region's future, with a future development strategy estimating that our area will provide more new homes in years 11 to 30 than Porirua, Hutt Valley or Wairarapa. Notably, Horowhenua's growth rate is expected to be more than double that of Wairarapa. The expansion is driven not only by affordable housing, our stunning scenery and our beautiful weather, but also by the improved connectivity that the Otaki to north of Levin project will bring. That's set to open in 2029. And that will provide excellent access to major cities, further enhancing Horowhenua's appeal as a residential and commuter hub. To support this growth and ensure the region's economic and social vitality, we want to work with Greater Wellington Regional Council to continue to prioritise investment in sustainable, efficient and reliable transport infrastructure for Horowhenua. Enhance public transport options such as increased rail, and we're getting a bus service, very excited about that, will be critical to accommodating the needs of our residents. Together with the Living Project and the RPTP will mark a step change for public transport access to our residents. We enjoy a really collaborative relationship with Greater Wellington Regional Council through the Living Project. However, we will continue to challenge how we provide the greatest public value for our current and future residents. At Horowhenua District Council, we're embarking on a Levin Town Centre transformation project, which I'm leading, and a key lever to unlocking Levin's potential is relocating the train station closer to the town centre to create a transport hub. The main objective of the town centre transformation is that we become a destination that doesn't rely on the current state highway transport. I'm going to have to talk really fast for these next few slides. So just quickly, this is our existing station. Huge issues with its safety, its location within the town centre. It's about a 1.2 kilometre walk from the town centre. It's not safe. It's known as being not safe. Cars get broken into. It's not a fun place to hang out. What we're asking for, this is a beautiful rendition, I guess, of actually what the train station might look like within Levin. It's north of the existing train station. It's about a 2-minute walk into our town centre, and this location that would enable us to have adequate parking for park and ride services, as well as be able to integrate with other modes of transport like a bus interchange, taxis, electric scooters, or whatever else the future might bring for us. And this is just another quick diagram which gives you some context, I guess, of the current location versus the next. And then the final slide, which I believe is in our submission as well, is just, I guess, giving you a comparison of what the current Limrim project will deliver to Levin, which is an improved service, but we're asking is, could we potentially have equitable services to what Masterton currently enjoy? And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Are there any questions from the group? Councillor Duthie?
Kia ora. I've got 3 questions actually. One is, do you know what KiwiRail's view is on relocating the Levin railway station?
KiwiRail, so the Levin Town Centre program commissioned KiwiRail to do the report to provide us with other locations for the railway station. They provided us with 3 options. We went through a process with them and also Greater Wellington Regional Council to kind of a very high level options analysis to discount some of those, which is where we've landed with the northernmost one.
Thank you. A second question, you note that Greater Wellington officers are using existing demand plus 20% uplift in the Limrim projections. Mm-hmm. What would be your estimate for or guess as to what the uplift in patronage might be from Levin with the Limrim trains coming on stream?
It would be really difficult for me to predict that at the moment. I do know that, and there's further work we're looking to do, because I do know that a lot of our residents don't use the Levin service. They travel to Waikanai because they are able to get that the frequency of service. So if you miss your train and live in, you can't go anywhere. We've only got one service a day at the moment.
Do we know roughly on average daily how many people would board the capital connection at Lewin?
There's about 40 people, I think. Anywhere between sort of 30 and 40 people are using that service a day, but I don't think that's indicative of the actual demand.
Right, so 20% uplift is only a few more people, whereas it might actually double or something.
I think that's the approach that we're asking for, is to look at the unmet demand rather than just starting from the baseline, because the unmet demand is enormous when you compare it to the usage of the trains in Wairarapa, and for similar like urban characteristics from Wellington. Yeah, I know people in Manawa too that are driving to Waikanae to catch the train, so they don't even stop and live in.
Yeah, one more question, if I may, Chair. So I can see one of the complications here is the boundaries of regional councils, and therefore the difficulty for Greater Wellington to fund things outside of areas where we collect rates from for public transport funding. What do you see as the solution to source the funding to do these things, and match that to the need, given there's 2 regional councils and your district council?
So for the station move, that would be an initiative that we would see ourselves leading, and then it would be coming to you, hoping to get a contribution to that. So that's further work that needs to be done, because it's not going to be a small amount of money to relocate the station. I think what the project team are asking for is to do an MOU so that we can be really clear on where whose responsibility it is to attract funding for what, and how you might arrange, because it is a unique arrangement that you have a PTA providing service for an area outside. It's also complicated because you have no democratic representation. Horowhenua has no democratic representation here in that for those services. So there needs to be some checks and balances in place to make sure that they can raise issues. So that's why we're asking for an MOU with Greater Wellington that explores funding, roles, responsibilities, issues, and a method to raise concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Duthie. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Levin definitely is a growth centre. I guess it's almost turning into the new inland hub, competing with Palmerston North. But in your growth data, is it correct that it's also now becoming the new Waikanae for more older residents?
Actually, the demographics for Horowhenua show that we're not an old, ageing population. We're attracting a lot of young people, and specifically young people with families. We also have a really high home ownership rate as well, which I think is kind of indicative of why we're seeing that growth, is those young families moving into the area because they can afford a house with a decent backyard.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ponta?
So my questions to officers, sort of along the lines of Councillor Duthie's question. So we've got a regional land transport plan, and we are locked into the Greater Wellington region. In the spatial planning space, and one of the maps that was on the screen was from the spatial plan, we have incorporated the Horowhenua district into that. And so I'm really trying to understand, not so much from a financial perspective, but how do we recognise that the world is bigger than the Greater Wellington region in our planning, and increasingly for the Manawatu line all the way to Palmerston North.
I mean, to an extent, this is about interregional.
It is,
public transport
but we
services.
seem to be limited, and
well, we're limited because the funding for that activity class was cut.
Yep. So I think what I'm raising, Mr. Chair, is take the money aside at the moment. We just need to have a broader planning lens and be able to plan on a subnational basis rather than just on a regional basis. So forget about the money. We can work it. We're going to have those challenges anyway, and the MOU might be the place to better sort the money side out. But from a planning side, if we're just going to myopically look at each of our regions, we're going to end up with perverse consequences, which we already have. The fact that the bus service between Levin and Otaki, for example, is excuse me, Councillor Gallup, but piss poor at best. Yeah.
Right hand, Cameron.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just conscious that we obviously are still in hearings, but if we have a slot to deliberate this in the deliberation session, and we can provide some advice then. But I think it would be fair to say, Darren, that the interregional change that is made, funding to one side, the mechanism is there to do interregional work, and it just requires one leading party from NZTA's point of view. So it could either be Greater Wellington or it could be Horizons, and as long as both parties have agreed to pieces of work in their regional public transport plans, then hypothetically there's no reason why we couldn't proceed. But obviously there's specific mechanisms for each case, and the law has been written with a mind for service provision as opposed to infrastructure development, but they are both connected, obviously, as we know. So we can provide further advice during
We'll come back to that.
deliberations.
Councillor Ponta, you're coming back, and then Councillor Staples, and then we'll take a break.
So, just a question in your relationship recently with KiwiRail, have they provided you a even the broader sense of the cost of a new railway station?
They've indicated, so they have done some plans which they've shared with us, and I think the indicative cost they were going to was less than $1 million that they were going to spend on that station. Unfortunately, it didn't address things like car parking because there's only 10 car parks that they've designed for, and there's no bus interchange and there was no taxi stand.
Did KiwiRail, have you got something in writing from KiwiRail saying that a new station would cost $1 million?
Not in writing, these have been conversations we've had.
Because we think that is
Oh, but sorry, for the KiwiRail, for the new station location, with KiwiRail, we've done an estimate, and we're predicting it will be between 13 million and 20 million to relocate that station and platform.
Okay.
$1 million was the upgrade of the existing.
Right?
One was.
I think there's potential for that number to be very significantly higher, I think, for a new station.
We did put a case to the Regional Infrastructure Fund, and we suggested it was probably closer to 40 million.
Okay, Councillor Staples.
Thank you. I'd love to take the kudos for this question, but my learned colleague next door actually made the suggestion. Where does the Wellington Regional Leadership Committee sit in this with the spatial planning? And at the beginning, Horowhenua was in the camp in there, still are. So is there room there for shoring up support, given government is also in that room?
Yes, there is, and I think as per Councillor Connolly's question earlier in relation to the Timberley station, the opportunity here is to bundle this up with a series of other things. Now, that's not necessarily the news that people who come and make specific project propositions want to hear, but as a regional council, we have a fairly good track record in nailing the government on things where we can tell a regional picture. And sometimes that means that we're dragging together some odd combinations, but in this case, it's potentially a series of railway stations or a series of railway station improvements. So Levin, Timberley, Waterloo, better accessibility, and I mean lifts, etc., on all our stations, dragging them out of the 1930s and placing them in the 2030s. That, as a proposition, could be in the vicinity of $50 to $100 million, but you're then able to start telling a story about our network and about how we're growing patronage.
We are meeting with Wellington Regional Leadership Committee members, officers after this, and also I totally support Darren's point, and I have spoken to Christopher Bishop about this project and also packaging up the projects as a bigger proposal for like a regional deal type framework. So there is, and Christopher Bishop was supportive of looking into a Todd at Timberley specifically, but changes in the on the whole network growth to get better value for Limerick, basically.
And just one final thing from me, just to give us a sense of where this sits in terms of priorities for Horowhenua District Council in relation to your wider set of strategic priorities for infrastructure and specifically transport infrastructure, this new railway station and the rail line, how much of where does it sit in those priorities versus, for example, motorway improvements or other roading improvements or other transport improvements?
At the moment, it's probably a little bit difficult to say because I need to get some more information to our elected members. It is fair to say that when we first raised the transport hub with our elected members, they actually wanted to kick the can down the road a little bit. But this opportunity with Limerick and some other things that were happening, it's actually provided us an opportunity to re-look at that. So yeah, we're getting some more information together for those elected members, but yeah, I think it will be quite a priority.
Oh, yep. Last one from Councillor Hopper.
Sorry, not so much a question, just an observation. When you were talking, you talked about the 2 PREC services coming into Wellington. I think the big, perhaps not as big as that, but a big issue not to lose sight of is that we're creating for the first time a 2-way street here. So I like the fact that those young kids were saying, we're going to have better access to Wellington, etc., etc. But guess what? Under Limerick, Palmerston North is the new exciting town that they're going to be able to go to as well, because that's just not in that doesn't feature in anybody's public transport journeys really at this stage. So we are creating a rail highway between 2 urban centres. So I think you need to, we all need to just be conscious of that. Yeah.
I don't think you were being ironic about Palmerston North as an exciting
As 2 people who grew up there, that's true.
Thank you, Darren. Thanks, Susan. Thanks, team. And we'll take a little break now, and we'll come back in 15 minutes. So thanks.
Yeah. Tune up in time for the break.
we'll get started again. Lance, if you want to come up, this is our committee hearing submissions on the regional public transport plan. The format is you have 5 minutes to speak. We've got your submission, and then we have 5 minutes to ask you any questions that we might have. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, tēnā koutou, some regional councillors will recall previously hearing from me, whether at similar events or by email where I've interacted with some of you. Councillor Ponta commendably took time to see it for himself by meeting with me one morning at around 7:30 in the morning at the Kandala village to ride on the number 25 bus, which I commute to the CBD on most days. I commend that approach to you all because by seeing something for yourself, you can obtain a clearer view and perspective and put the issues in context. I've read the regional transport plan on your website and have been, while waiting, been reading some of the other submissions that have come in by email, etc. Among the core destinations that you're targeting are the schools, town centres and medical centres. And it was from needing to travel to and from Newtown that led me to consider the adequacy of bus services in and out of that region. I've accompanied friends and family attending hospital to see specialists or to have medical tests. And in my work as a lawyer, I have from time to time needed to see clients in various medical institutions. So I've seen for myself the distances between the main bus stop outside the regional public hospital and other medical facilities. Some of you will have walked through the hospital main entrance through that maze of corridors to reach other parts of the hospital. Any of you who've needed to visit whānau, friends and clients in nursing homes or at one of the private surgical hospitals or the hospice will have seen for yourself that what looks like a short distance on the map is not a short distance when you need to walk it, nor is it always flat. And once you leave the public hospital, there's little shelter from the wind and rain. It must be the more difficult for anyone with limited mobility or sensory difficulties. Hence my suggestion of a door-to-door bus service linking the various health facilities. I mention in my submissions about the desirability for liaison between three broad categories of institutions, yourselves as the Regional Council and your officers, the City Council, and the various health facilities which are both in the public and private sector. When deciding the location of bus stops, it's important to bear in mind the desirability for bus passengers, especially those attending a medical facility, not to be forced to cross a cycle lane, and instead so they can directly walk onto the footpath. Think again of people who haven't got good eyesight or good mobility, ability to get out of the way of a cycle that's coming along. And I'd sort of encourage you to lobby the City Council, if that's their domain, of the desirability of having a bus stop. When you get off the bus stop, you walk straight onto the footpath. Otherwise, apart from the risks of injuries, people planning a visit to a medical facility will just simply not use the bus. I mentioned in my paper about the commercial perspective, but what I was really meaning was the idea of increasing patronage. If bus journeys are pleasant, people will take the bus rather than go by car. That has a positive environmental effect. And if you run a good, reliable bus service so people can get to and from work with ease and at less cost, again, they'll choose public transport over private cars. So in conclusion, I'd say that Wellington does have a good bus service. It's pleasing that you are receptive to hearing from members of the public, such as myself, about ways to improve it. Please remember the desirability of increasing patronage from many perspectives. Focus on the customer, the environment, and the needs of many who rely on buses, particularly to get to and from work. The bus system makes an important contribution to citizens' satisfaction of living in Wellington. Be innovative, trialling ways to improve services. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa.
Thanks, Lance. Appreciate that, and agree with your point about increasing patronage on the bus service. We were very pleased that actually in March of this year we had a record high number of monthly bus trips, all time high, over 2.6 million, so which we've never hit before. So we totally agree that increasing patronage is really important. Are there any questions for Lance? Not that I see. Very good question. Thank you. Very good submission.
Just one more thing, if I may.
Yes, please.
Complaints. When we make complaints and commendations as members of the public, we never hear. We get a letter back saying thanks for your complaint, thanks for your commendation, to say the driver was friendly or good service provided. We never actually hear that's been passed on. And I know there's employment issues if you're making complaints, but it would be quite good to know that the complaint has been followed through. I've made complaints about drivers using their mobile phone, talking continuously while they're driving. You know, not minor complaints, but they might not have smiled at me or something. Not those petty complaints people will make, but sometimes I've made complaints which are quite serious, and it takes a bit of time to write them. So it's quite nice not just to get the first, not always, but sometimes not just to get the first thanks for your complaint, we're following it through, but I'd like to know whether it has been followed through with the bus operator. They're contractually bound to follow things through, and where they can, if they can provide you and provide the customer with some feedback, that'd be really helpful.
Thank you, Lance. We'll look into that, and we might look at specific complaints that we know that you've made, if we can find them, and get back to you on those.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a big fine for texting on your phone. Really. Okay, so next submitter is Hayes. Come on up, Hayes. It's 5 minutes for you, and then 5 minutes for us. Over to you.
I just want to speak today about buses within Wainuiomata and how I think they can be improved. And talk about the potential of potential new route that straddles the two existing routes that helps fill the gap in some regards to connectivity within Wainuiomata, as well as the connection to the rest of Lower Hutt, to different areas such as the hospital and Petone, which for me, a student coming up this year and into the foreseeable future, is very, very important, as well as to a lot of other people, not only just for study but also for work as well. Those two areas are quite big for employment. So just the first thing to bring up is just how long the 160 route is. The areas it services being roughly about half of Wainui. In that half, the service begins at sort of an area where there's more people, and in the mornings it's always full by about a third of the distance of the route, full to the point of standing. In many cases I've seen people not be able to get on the bus just continue on without stopping, especially in the mornings. That I believe is because it serves a very large area. It's a very long route, and I think it would be very important to possibly in the short term reverse the direction it goes, so it goes up the other way and then down wise near the end of the route. But then as there is proposals for I believe the 170 to become a core route, I don't want to say it sounds like it's a bit wasted, but I don't see a lot of as a resident of Wainuiomata, I think that the development and where Wainui is going to grow is not going to be along where the 170 goes. I think it's more going to be around sort of the centre, which is quite difficult when it's split into two different routes. So
I think a good way to organise a route is instead to have 3 routes instead of just 2. Wainui is a big part of Lower Hutt. There's about 20,000 people. With 2 routes, there's only about 10% of the whole population of Wainui that uses the buses, and I'd like to imagine that's probably higher in other parts of Lower Hutt and the rest of Wellington. So having it be more direct, the 160, more, and then possibly splitting in 2, having it so that the routes are a little bit faster for everybody, and having a potential new route that could become the core route instead of the 170, going between parts of the 160 and the 170, where the areas are most populated, which would serve both areas at the same time. So more of Wainui would be making use of that potential peak hour frequency, which would be great for more people. That's the key thing, is that more people will benefit from it instead of just the people on the line of the 170. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, basically, it could be reduced, in my opinion, by up to 20 minutes to get into some areas of Lower Hutt and into Wellington. At the moment, it takes about 90 minutes to get into Wellington, and about 70, ideally 70 to Petone, which that means in the morning, if you want to study at like 9 o'clock, you have to leave at 7:30 in the morning, which is quite early for a student and a lot of people, which is why many people drive, which is probably one of the reasons why traffic is so bad on the hill in the morning for everybody.
Thanks, Hayes. Really good points. Nice specific stuff there. Councillor Lee.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Hayes, for coming in. So you said that the 160 during peak, is it correct that it's full even before it hits Wi-Fi 2?
Yep.
Okay.
Almost always. I'd say about 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 4 of the buses always full.
Okay, thank you.
This is obviously a good thing in many ways, but yeah.
I'd even say before it gets out of Wainui, it's always full. About, like I said, about a third of the distance of the 160. It's pretty much like this morning. It was actually off peak. It was about 9:30 I got on, or about 9:30 when the bus was full. At Norfolk Road was when it got to the point where people were standing.
Thank you. Mr. Linson?
Thanks for your presentation. Obviously, one of the issues you talked about is having to transfer from the bus onto the train at Waterloo. Do you think there would be a need for sort of an express bus, maybe at peak times, that goes all the way to Wellington and maybe skips Waterloo? Do you think that would help with that journey time?
Did you say all the way to Wellington? Or
all the way to Wellington, yeah. Like kind of like when we used to have an Eastbourne service that would go all the way, or they do go all the way to Wellington, but skipping that part of Lower Hutt that can be quite busy. Or do you think it's okay having that
time? Yeah, I think the time kind of would work out the same. And then you've got the difference between being on a train and being on a bus. I think people will still choose the train, both because it's more comfortable and because it's direct and there's no traffic.
So I guess it's about getting that transfer Waterloo station.
Yeah, that's what I believe 40% of the bus trips go to. They take off at Waterloo, and then the rest are in Lower Hutt, and then other stops in between. I'm pretty sure that's a fact. I remember hearing that somewhere. But yeah, so that's why it makes it quite difficult to service Petone, because I think having it continue from maybe like this core route that I'm thinking of could go from Queensgate where it normally terminates, but instead of terminating there, it can go all the way to Petone, cutting out the time that is spent usually waiting for a transfer to another bus, cutting out more time, which is why I say it can be brought down considerably for most people within Wainui, I think.
Yes, certainly. If your name is Ken Laban, you get the bus to Waterloo from Wainui and then the train to Wellington, and you beat all the drivers.
The only way the only way you'd match the time is to go at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Other questions for Hayes at this point? Councillor Duthie.
Yeah, thanks, Hayes. You mentioned an idea of a T3 transit lane on the hill. So, the advantage of the train, of course, is it skips the congestion, but to get into the train, you've still got to get over the hill. And there's how bad is the delay for buses just getting from Wainuiomata to Waterloo?
I'll put it into perspective. The time you spend waiting in traffic on the hill is about, in slow traffic, by the time you reach up to the traffic, it's about 10 to 15 minutes when it gets bad in the morning. Between, I believe it's like towards 8 o'clock ish, early about 7:30, 8 o'clock. That's when it's the worst. I haven't been on those early services for a while, but this was 2 years ago. I can't imagine it's gotten any better since then. And having that T3 lane will help the buses become more reliable, and then more people will use it, and then less people will be driving. So that would help deal with the congestion problem, not only in just for people from Wainui, but also in Lower Hutt as well, because there's a lot of traffic that goes through the Hutt that congests the roads and also slows down other services that are not even related to Wainui. They're not even, some people don't even think about Wainui. And then it just goes,
not around here. I can tell you that.
No. Just all the other services end up slowing down as well because of that traffic. So I think if there's any opportunity to reduce traffic from Wainui, it must be taken, because it will help everywhere else. And in similar other cases around Lower Hutt as well, I think that's important. I think it's a good idea to study Wainui a bit closely and come up with solutions to the particular requirements and issues that it has with public transport and traffic and such.
Thank you so much, Hayes. Really good. And I appreciate your point about the interaction between growth of urban development and public transport networks. I think we're definitely going to be coming back to that this afternoon in our deliberations. We've heard that quite a bit actually over the hearings. So thanks, Hayes. We'll leave it there, and we'll come back to your points. And next submitters, Generation Zero.
Thank you.
Carly and Simeon. Yes, hello. Kia ora. Kia ora korua.
I'll have to share a mic.
So, yep, the way it goes, I think you've seen the last couple of submissions, so it's 5 minutes for this is one submission, just to confirm, yep. So it'll be 5 minutes and then 5 minutes for us. Thank you.
Cool. Kia ora koutou. I'm Simeon.
I'm Carly.
And obviously we're here representing Generation Zero.
Yes, Generation Zero, for those that don't know, is a youth-led, volunteer-run climate justice organization, and we have a group here in Te Whanganui-a-Tara that ranges all along the Kapiti Coast. So we have members living on the Kapiti Coast, in the Hutt, and in the city itself. So we live in all the different places that you service, and that's why we're here to make a submission as well, because we're very interested and committed to creating urban centres that are green, just, and accessible.
Also just want to acknowledge the difficult position the council is in making these decisions, largely due to the limitation in funding from the government for the previous transport plan, and then in the increase to private share requirements. A lot of that responsibility for these compromises that are being proposed obviously is yours, but also a lot of it is the government's. I just want to acknowledge that. I personally live in Wainuiomata. Obviously, it was a little bit later arriving here than I wanted to be, because my 170 bus was delayed and then the train was delayed because of signal issues, which I thought was a little bit ironic for the purpose of this meeting. But yes, first we just wanted to briefly go over the key questions on the consultation, and that overall state that yes, we support the vision of the transport plan in achieving an efficient, equitable, accessible, and low carbon network, with some other thoughts and concerns which we'll get to. And additionally, we definitely, absolutely want to state our support for increasing high frequency bus corridors and bus priority. If you want to comment on that.
No.
Fair enough.
I think that's
and especially that the trade-off of maybe sacrificing a small number of on-street car parks is a very small sacrifice in favour of improving the network overall. On the question of parking rate demand management.
Yeah, so we don't think park and ride demand is a long-term solution to this problem because land value around these stations is very high and parking land value is usually very low, so it doesn't really make sense on the long term to have these places while the value of the land increases. But we do understand that it can be a short-term solution while the network itself becomes more effective and brings these people to the stations in different ways. And we also want to really support having secure bike racks and really secure other ways for people to store their other modes of transportation at these stations so that they don't have to rely on private vehicles. Yeah, that's our main comment.
But in the short term, we do think it is good to try and limit the use of those parking road spaces by people who aren't even using it to access public transport itself, which is obviously a big challenge. That also links to the Waterloo Station redevelopment question. Obviously, that land value around Waterloo, as the redevelopment happens, is going to increase even further. But we do really, really support that proposed redevelopment as it is, as stated, as you guys know, a key hub, and hopefully could become even wider ranging service provider and hub for transport in that region. We have some concerns around the funding of it, but we can get to that later maybe if we have time. But generally, strongly support.
Yeah, I guess one thing to note is also that we want the service to remain really accessible and effective while this construction happens, so that the service doesn't reduce while these big changes are happening, so that it doesn't make people switch modes once again.
Is that doing us 5 minutes done? Cool. Phasing out cash, we understand the reasons for wanting to do that, but want to express the concern that obviously there's a reason that people choose to use cash, and phasing it out is limiting for them, and that should be paired with options for having better access to the alternatives, such as more places to buy and top up snapper cards, things like that. Maybe something like ways to get prepaid tickets, paper, etc. Well, not much time for our holistic answers, but we'll race through it. Generally, we don't align with increases to public transport fares, but obviously this is not so much in your control. Our main priority is ensuring a better network overall, and sometimes that comes with fare increases. And we think, based on reading this plan, that that vision is a vision that you all share.
Yeah, should we leave it at that?
I guess.
Yeah.
So we'll have to leave it at that.
We'll tie in other things to your questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee members? Councillor Duthie?
Got one. Kia ora kora. In responding to the park and ride question, you mentioned the urge council to provide safe and secure facilities for bike storage at Metlink Park and Ride and train stations. Quite a lot of effort's gone in by Metlink over the last few years to install bike and ride racks and upgrade storage and so on. But I'm also aware that bike theft problem, as sort of people connected to probably the community who are using these facilities, what's your experience of the theft problem, the safety of bikes, and any solutions that would assist keeping them safe while they're parked at a train station?
It's definitely a challenge that I don't know that we have the answers to, but my personal experience with the safety thing is actually kind of linked to about the parking ride question, is car theft at the parking ride places. So obviously this is a problem no matter what mode of transport you use to access these transport hubs. And I feel like not that that's a disingenuous question, it's definitely a challenge. But it's a challenge regardless of the mode of transport. And I think just with general security upgrades of the stations themselves, that would hopefully aid that. Yeah.
I remember speaking to Simeon when we were preparing the submission, and one of the things that came up was it's very dark in a lot of the stations, and that is often associated with higher levels of theft. Potentially having those kinds of lighting systems in place.
Yeah, and at least the station that I use regularly is Waterloo Station, and there are not often any staff or officers there apart from, or anyone there who works for Council Little.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly.
Thank you so much for your presentation, guys. It's great to hear your perspective on our transport plan. I'm just wondering, I guess I'm making assumptions about the fact that you guys might be students, and I'm wondering about your experience with whether students and other people that you're familiar with of your age have taken advantage of the Community Connect program to get cheaper public transport. So we're very supportive of the Community Connect program, but I guess we're concerned that the uptake might not be as high as kind of the numbers suggest that it should be. So I'm wondering if you've had any experience with people taking advantage of that, and or whether you know of lots of people that haven't and they should, and anything else we can do, I guess, to get wider uptake.
Yeah, I definitely have thoughts on that. Correct in assuming that we are students. Not everyone in Generation Zero are students, but the two of us here are, so yes. Personally, I do use that service, and I know what you mean. I remember at one of the club days, maybe last year, Metlink had a stand just giving out information to students at Victoria University, where I study, about the scheme and about Metlink services overall. And I remember going there that day and noticing how a lot of people did have the tertiary concession on their cards, but hardly anybody had the Connect concession, I suppose. And I think it's a lot of people just don't know about it, and I don't know fully why that is, but more communication around those options would be amazing, because obviously it's better for them as well as.
Is that through the community services card? Okay, yeah, well, I'm an international student, so I'm not eligible to get a community services card, but I would love my fares to go down. I choose to walk most of the time just because I find it quite, unaffordable to bus for like short distances, especially even in bad weather. I'm like, nah, it's not worth $2.50 for me to hop on the bus for a few stops. And so, I guess considering that there are international students that also live in this city, maybe there are other ways to get that population to, have reduced fares, because we do have, other cost of living things to consider as well.
If I may quickly as well on that concession question, something I remember talking to people about just personally was the inability to get concession prices for things like monthly passes, things like that. So often the concession is great for the short trips, but when planning for the month, it can make no difference to getting a pass.
Understand. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you both for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll move to our next submission now, which is I think our last submission for the hearings. So, and that's from Wellington City Council, who are here joining us online. So I can see Councillors Free and Councillor Randall and Sean O'Dane from Wellington City Council. So it's 5 minutes for you and then 5 minutes for us. And thank you for coming. The floor is yours.
So thank you. This is Councillor Randall speaking on to the Wellington City Council submission. I have with me Councillor Free and Planning Manager Sean O'Dane. This is a submission has been through a council meeting and supported by all councillors. And it's really part of our ongoing partnership towards making public transport work for our city, and making sure that as we go forward we are sharing ideas and initiatives and priorities so that we can always get the best solution for the city. The starting point must be a restatement of the obvious, which is that the success of the Wellington City Council bus service is absolutely critical to the success of us as a city. It provides major amounts of accessibility, and that's shown in the patronage levels. I mean, the City Council's bus service is now way above, significantly above pre-COVID times, and we've really recovered, which is, a reflection of how naturally effective it is, because, it hasn't really recovered due to the, to dramatic investments or anything like that. I do recognise that the lower fares that the Regional Council provided for large amounts of us were a key enabler, and it's a bit of a pity that they've had to go away due to government funding cuts. The core of our point, though, is to ask the Regional Council in its public transport plan to really put some more emphasis and supporting actions into its policy, which is to have a fare structure which provides for consistent fare charging for comparable journeys. The City Council, Wellington City is unique in Wellington in that we have 3 zones covering an area which in all the other parts of the region would only be covered by 2 zones in terms of distance. There are parts such as coming in from parts of Kaori where you will travel 3 kilometres and have to pay a 3-zone fare. And we would just assert that that's inequitable. It's historical, I understand that, and I do know that given the volumes involved and the money involved, it's not going to be easy to fix, but we do think it's a priority for us to fix it, because we want to make sure that all the residents of Wellington City get the same fare deal, if you like excuse the pun, the same fare deal that the people of Lower Hutt, Upper Hutt, Porirua get in terms of travelling 10 kilometres, for example. And rather than ask for special fares, we think the best way to do that is just to recognise that perhaps we've got the number of fares that are covering Wellington City are perhaps a bit more than should be needed. Perhaps we should look towards going towards a 2-zone city, because that would even things out. The exact nature of that, of course, is very much over to you, but we'd just like to see the regional public transport plan have an action in there that will reflect that direction in the future. In terms of unaffordability, we've just heard, of course, students, which are a big part of Wellington, are struggling with the fares. We've also had our own findings from the transport survey, and that shows that between 32 and 44% of regular public transport users in Wellington and between 27 and 37% of occasional users disagree with a statement that public transport is affordable. Affordability is always an element for people wanting to shift modes, and we really want to make sure that our city supports that. I'd also say, and because I'm sorry, I'm not conscious of time, but I'd also say that our district plan and our population strategy is also very much based on mode shift, and that the bus service is the primary mode. We need the bus service to succeed so we can succeed on our other policy initiatives towards densifying corridors, towards our climate change goals, towards actually making the city affordable, because we really lack the road space that can support more cars. So I also want to recognise as well, though, that this is a wider submission. We reinforce the fact that we want to work as a joint approach with you guys, and I know that officers are working actively on things like, the Golden Mile on bus priority. We've got that coming up to us in August. As I assume that you will have it coming to us, you in August, absolutely critical corridor to be put in place. We need to do it right. And the officers and ourselves have put together a significant number of other bits of feedback, just really pointing out some potential smaller issues which we would hope you would look to address in terms of your final regional public transport plan. So I just want to ask if Councillor Free would like to also make any particular comments.
Yeah, I think Tony, Councillor Randall has actually summarised the main points very well. As we take away more car parking to ease the transit of buses through our city, we're also meaning that more and more people are actually reliant on an affordable and convenient bus service to get around. I took the bus this morning. I spoke to a few people. We all agree that the current network is great. In the eastern suburbs, it is convenient, it really is, but it just needs to also be affordable. And just speaking particularly to the point about the eastern bus priority corridor, that we have heard from people is still a big priority for our city. It's not easy to get across our city conveniently. We need to do what we can. We've also made the point that that needs to include Cobham Drive, bus lanes on Cobham Drive. So we need to be working collectively. Our two organisations need to be working also with NZTA to have those conversations about when our routes intersect, between state highways and the local roads. As Councillor Randall said, there's a lot in our submission. Cashless fares, I would just make a plea that it's really easy to top up your snappers, and that's obvious where you can do that. There are actually, as Tony said, a lot of points in here. But generally, I think we can actually mutually agree that I think we've had a very productive relationship in the last few years, and that's been to the betterment of our city.
Yeah, and lastly, I want to thank you for all the work in the public transport, the regional public transport plan. It's a big task you've got ahead, and looking towards the future, I'd also point out a couple other things that we are looking forward to with eagerness. One, of course, is the new ticketing system. And it's great that that's finally on the horizon. It's been sort of over the hill for a while, and now it's actually really in the plan. And the last thing, of course, is the government's investment. Initially with the second Mountain Vic Tunnel, that of course needs to absolutely line up with the priority that we're putting on an eastern bus corridor. And if all three parties can work together well, we will get a really, really good solution. Yes, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Free and Councillor Randall, and thanks for the detailed submission, and thanks for the support on the bus corridors as well. I think we would certainly agree that the relationship between our two organisations has certainly improved in the last few years, and on the back of that, we're getting more things done, I think, for public transport and for people in the city. So definitely want to continue that. Just one small sort of point around, maybe for the benefit of members here, the fares question. We have a bit more scope to engage with that in the annual fares review that we do annually. Not to say we can't consider it in our deliberations later, but the sort of general mechanism for considering zoning and fare structure is our annual fares review. So, but we are thinking about the zoning questions, and we will be talking about those in due course as well, outside of the fares review. So that's those are just some process points for us here in our committee. But with that, I'll open the floor for any questions. And I've got Councillor Staples.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is around fares for Councillor Randall and Councillor Free. We've had several submissions in this round about affordability and keeping the fares lower, which we all support the concept of. And any time we do have a fare increase, there's an awful lot of hand-wringing goes on around the table because nobody enjoys it. But who do you think should pay if it's not the user? If the user of the transport does not contribute a certain amount? Because it's no good saying the government, we know there's no money coming out of that sponge at the moment. So who do you think should pay, given that we're also pressured not to put the rates up?
talk about cut to the chase question. Look, the submission for the City Council really isn't about the percentage of who should pay. The City Council submission is that is more about the equity, we would say the inequity of the current fare zone distances. We would say that if you're going to travel 5 kilometres, you should pay 1 or 2 zones. Always, and the fare structure should be set up towards that. Now, I do know that the fare amounts that are gathered from Wellington City bus users, because our fare zones are so much smaller, are much higher in terms of percentage of cost, maybe as much as twice as high as the other services in the region. And that means if we do switch to a 2-zone structure, that will mean less fare revenue from Wellington City bus users. Then the question comes to, well, who pays? And the right thing to do is really just to adjust the fares so that it reflects that the bus fares or the fare zones are equitable still. But you're right that the regional council and even bus users are struggling to meet the government's fare recovery amounts, and it means that the ratepayers have to pay if it's not going to be the fare owners. I do think that you do need to have an honest conversation about the real fare recoveries that you're getting on your services, and that will give you an indication that if there are services that it could be services where the volumes are simply not there to support what should be a regular public transport service. And that's the conversation where you might identify some cost cuts which will lower the pressure on fares. The other answer, of course, is for us to work together and keep lobbying the government to say that they need to contribute towards making what is the region, which is the capital, work. Their direction, as much as our own direction, has placed great emphasis on a working public transport service as the basis for our accessibility. And so they need to come to the party as well. And City Council will be more than happy to join you in that effort.
Thank you, Councillor Randall.
Other questions from members? One thing, just thinking about the rate, the idea that ratepayers could pay instead of fare payers, under the current government's approach to the sort of private share concept rather than fare box recovery, that's actually not possible either, because rates count as public share. So if the aim is to get your public share down and your private share up, then in effect you can't use rates to offset fares. So that's off the table. One thing that is quite striking to me is that the public subsidy for our bus network per passenger kilometre travelled in the last financial year was slightly higher than the public subsidy per passenger kilometre travelled on rail, which is very surprising, but quite striking. And that may be slightly changing now as patronage drops on rail, but it's an interesting indication that data can tell a different story depending on how you look at it. But Councillor Free, I think you were.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I do support some of your efforts to do cost recovery, like for example with the park and ride. Personally, I think there is an element of user pays, obviously offset by wanting people to have access to the public transport services. But personally, I think that's not an unfair thing to do. I think it's just a question of the level that you set it at and how you phase it in, and whether you combine it with a discount if they're actually going on to use the public service facility rather than maybe just people parking there, which is obviously not something we want to subsidise.
Yeah.
But so I'm supportive of your $5 actually. I think it was $5. I think our submission suggests a lower amount, but personally I was quite supportive of your actual amount in the plan.
Yes, I want to jump in there too. Being a councillor representing the northern ward of Wellington City, The issue of the park and ride around the stations in Wellington City, both the Cavity line or the Waikanae line and the Johnsonville line, they're always fully packed. And one of the challenges you've got, for example, when the transport network changes, so do people's patterns. And with Transmission Gully coming in, there's now a lot of people who drive down Transmission Gully, which is not necessarily what we want them to do, and then park in the Tawa station car parks. So the people in the park and ride for accessibility are really enabling more driving as much as anything. And maybe I do know that even with the snapper, there's a lot of inflexibility with the ticketing system, and a new ticketing system would hopefully give you some more flexibility that perhaps you could find a way of making park and ride work for those people who may be living some kilometres away from the station, but not necessarily 15 kilometres away. So you have those real challenges. I also would note that in terms of looking at the equity of the bus network versus the train network, that's not really the thrust of our argument. I really look at the equity of the bus network in different parts of the region and the cost effectiveness of those. I do think that the government's emphasis on getting greater fare recovery from riders is going to drive us or drive you to have to review your services and look at those where the fare recovery is very low. I'm reluctant to support that because I do know that the all-day bus service is actually an accessibility issue for people who can't or won't drive, and we need to unpack that. And I'm happy to work together with you, or City Council work together with you to make sure that the case for if there's to be rationalisation is done on the basis that the services that are cut on a sound basis without compromising accessibility.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, councillors. I think we'll leave it there. And we will take a break now for our hearings, and we'll come back at 1:30 for deliberations. So thank you very much. Okay, shall we reconvene for the deliberations? Very good. Why not? You know. So, really? Oh, fantastic. Okay, well that'll be easy then. So, right. So first of all, I just wanted to thank the team for organising the submissions over the last couple of days. Lily, Jamie, Bernard, Scott, thank you very much. And of course, Emmett. I think it's been a really good couple of days and some really good high quality presentations, good written material, good documentation, and yeah, sets us up well for the deliberation. So thank you for that. I know it's a lot of effort communicating with people and getting it all set up. So yeah, it's gone really smoothly, I think. So thank you very much. So what we're going to do now, we're going to do our deliberations, and Emma will bring up at some point basically a table and landscape format that looks at the office's recommendations, which have already been included in the order paper, which was publicly notified, and they relate to a number of matters. And then there are some new points, recommendations that we will propose that relate to matters that have come up during the submissions, during the hearing. And then there's obviously space for any members to bring up other matters that you think we should include in our recommendations that we make today to council for its consideration of the final regional public transport plan. So that's how we're gonna go. I'm going to ask if we could be a little bit flexible with the standing orders, which I understand from our esteemed colleagues is generally the practice when we're in hearings deliberations. Because if we were to be sticklers for the rule, then people would only really be able to speak once, and then that would be it. And that I think is not conducive to a good conversation, because we probably want to have a bit of back and forth about some of the matters and a sort of a normal human conversation. So with that, there is a recommendation first of all that we need to move through here, right, Lucas, which is recommendation 1. Can you get that on the
process report?
It is, yeah. So I think we need to do that. We do need to do that first, don't we, Lucas?
This is recommendation 1.
Yeah. So I mean, it's relatively straightforward. It should be uncontroversial. We are considering them, and yeah. So let's move those, and so they're moved by Councillor Staples, seconded by Councillor Gaylor. All those in favour of those recommendations say aye. Those against, so that's passed. And what's that? There was no debate on that, I didn't think. No, so that was very good. So we'll get to that now. So now we'll move to the more substantive matters, although the first one of the substantive matters is in fact a procedural matter. So this is up here. Now what I was thinking was we could adopt these as recommendations. Lucas and Renee will record them as numbered recommendations, so this will be 3, presumably for our report. We can keep the numbering here, but we'll work it out later. But for legibility, we'll go with these ones. So what I was thinking is we could do some of these one by one, particularly this process one, and then maybe the specific questions that we've asked. We can go through them, like pets and bus corridors. We'll go through those one by one, have a debate on each of those, and then once we've done that, we can go into the wide open other matters discussion, which I think will be a little bit more free flowing. And once we get to that, we'll be more reliant on the spreadsheet that Emma has got. Does that sound reasonable? I think it probably will take hopefully less than 2 hours, but I think just to give us a sense of where we're going to be, probably around that time. If it takes longer than that, we're not doing well.
It's your fault.
It's my fault. It is my fault. Yes, exactly. Thanks. Very good. Very good. Very good assessment. So, okay. So first. So the first of our recommendations is the process for confirming editorial changes to the regional public transport plan. So this is a recommendation that responsible officers, which includes you, yes, we do. They're all responsible. Yeah. So that's a very flexible. Mandate. Work with the committee chair, that's me, to make editorial changes to the draft regional public transport plan in line with committee deliberations, which we're now having, prior to the final regional public transport plan being presented to council for adoption, and that's scheduled for the 26th of June. Would somebody like to move that recommendation? Councillor Duthie's moving it. Councillor Gaylor is seconding it. All those in favour? Those against? So we've got that one. Great. We're on the board team. Yeah. So item 2. So this is related to this is a sort of general point around the policies and activities in the regional public transport plan. So you can see that recommendation. Recommend that the committee retains the activities and policies outlined in the draft RPTP, as they will contribute to a public transport network that is efficient, equitable, accessible, and low carbon. Is there a mover? Councillor Laban. Councillor Lee is seconding. Those in favour? Those against? That's passed as well. Moving down. So this is about bus corridors, essentially saying, yes, we would like to continue and implement retain the work program to implement a network of high frequency bus corridors. Somebody keen to move that? Councillor Labour moving, Councillor Bassett seconding. All those in favour? Question here, yes. Councillor Duthie.
Just a quick question on this. Most of the comment and submissions was in relation to Wellington City, but I'm just clarifying that this is actually about high frequency bus corridors in the region, so it's across all of the areas that have been discussed.
Yes, it is. It is meant to be regional. Do we think we need?
No.
We're happy with that.
Happy
We're happy with the language.
Yeah.
Okay. Checking. Good. Very good. Shall we put that one then? All those in favour? Those against? That's passed as well. Very good. So, Maitland Park and Ride. So, what we're thinking here. Here's what I was thinking, and we'll see what you all think. I was thinking maybe a slight change to the officer's recommendation. Really, I was thinking that it's not so much pausing it, but it's more continuing to align the timing of this work stream with Motu Move implementation and rail patronage stabilisation. Because I feel like pause sounds like we're, I don't know, going backwards or something, but or that we sort of suddenly disagree with ourselves when we only recently made a recommendation to go ahead with this. So I feel like that wording better reflects where we are. Councillor Connolly?
So I support your proposal in principle. I don't like the word paused, so I'm happy to support a recommendation that removes that. I guess my concern is the pace and eventual outcome of Motu Move, and should we tie things to Motu Move, or should we just tie it to a payment system that has functionality that we don't currently have?
Yes, so we could do that, and I think we should do that. So if others agree, we could say, in line with integrated ticketing and electronic, and card payments. Integrated contactless ticketing.
Yes.
Well, integrated ticketing and contactless payment, I suppose, as well. Integrated ticketing is fine. Councillor Duthie.
One of the concerns raised by submitters is around the potential impact on rail patronage, and even if we stabilised patronage, if the impact was to then erode patronage again, that would be not so good. I think a key interdependency with this is congestion charging. So the ideal time to introduce this would be at the same time as vehicle users driving an alternative to the train are also facing an increased cost. Could we have that in there as part of the, even though we don't control that timing, we are advocating on that matter, and I think it would be in terms of the equalising the incentives, it's a key part of it.
We could add after rail patronage stabilisation, officers continue to align the timing of this work stream with integrated ticketing, rail patronage stabilisation, and the introduction of congestion charging. Yeah, I mean, we're aligning it. We're not saying it's not going to happen before. It's definitely not going to happen before congestion charging. We're saying we'd like to align it with it. So that's are we happy with that? Darren, did you have your hand up on this one, or are you happy with where we're going? Yeah.
The only thing I'm wondering whether I'm reacting to is that last part that you're currently typing in. The rail patronage stabilisation, in particular, and the introduction of the congestion charging. I just wonder whether we're creating more reasons why we're not going forward on the charging.
Yeah, I tend to
Patronage
agree.
stabilisation can sort itself out through other means, and could be sorted out in the time that it takes to get motor move in place anyway.
So maybe it's continue to align the timing of this work stream with integrated ticketing.
Stop.
And to consider rail patronage stabilisation and congestion charging as part of this alignment.
As part of the context.
Yeah. I feel like it does. I do think it's sensible that. I mean, we want to send a signal that we're not at a time when rail patronage is in trouble. We don't want to suddenly put something in that's. Yeah.
We're also working in an economy that's really tight at the moment for everybody, and we've heard a message that they want affordable public transport, and it's just assumed that everybody that takes their car to the station is well off, and they're not necessarily. So I just, I think we need to be mindful of reading the room.
Okay. Are you happy with that, Darren? Are we happy with that as it is then? And that. Okay. All right. Well, we'll put that one. Would somebody like to move that one? Yep. Councillor Staples moving that. I can see Councillor Connolly seconding that. All those in favour, say aye. Thank you. Those against, that's passed. Very good. So next one is Waterloo Station. Yeah. So this is a sort of carry on. Recommend that the work program to develop Waterloo Station be retained, noting further direction and decisions will be sought on the 21st of August.
And there is a workshop in June.
Yeah, and we'll have some more discussions on that next month as well.
So could I just ask, please, Thomas, with regards to Roger Bolter's suggestions, I mean, they may or may not be feasible. I'm not saying that we should suddenly say we're going to do it, but he made some suggestions that I would like more information on, especially around the full tracking at Waterloo, and if the suppositions that he's making, and he talked to us about, are they is that real stuff? Do our officers support that concept? I'd just like to make sure that work that we do in that area is future-proofed, because otherwise we're not going to be able to have the increased services, etc., are we, that we want to have? So, yeah.
I think that's...
And there may well be other ways, but I'd just like to know that
points.
what has been suggested is either a good idea or a bad idea, or we've got it in there anyway.
Yeah. Emma?
Through you, Chair, to address that, so in the June workshop that we have on Waterloo, we'll be taking the considerations for optioneering. that the engineers and architects and designers are currently working on for the reference design. And some of the points that Roger brought up have been under consideration, particularly from a value perspective, but actually more importantly from feasibility perspective, engineering wise. So we'll be doing that in detail in June.
On that basis, we're also Councillor Duffy. Yeah.
So on the same topic, I wonder if probably later in this sequence we'll talk about rail sort of in a more strategic sense, and that fits in that because one alternative to that is an extension of the Melling line and so on, but it all sort of has to be evaluated in a strategic view before any decisions could be entertained. So we'll come back to that, I presume.
Yes, that's a good point. And so what I think we might do, there's a number of ways. There's a number of ways you could sort of skin the cat. Or I was going to say cut the cake here because these, this is a specific one. So we'll move this one and go through. But what I was going to say is, I think we will have some deliberations shortly once we get through this bit on rail infrastructure and how it relates to the future of the RPTP. So the north-south junction has been mentioned. The circle line joining up the Melling line with the Hutt Valley line has been mentioned. There are double tracking north of Waikanae has been mentioned. New train stations have been mentioned. Removing existing train stations. So I think there's the transit-oriented developments at Waterloo here, or the Vin train station. So there's a sort of basket of things that relate to rail infrastructure, public transport rail infrastructure. So I think we'll try to craft something around that could have a few sub-points. So we'll come to that.
But we do need to address this one.
Does that sound good? You're going to move this one, so Councillor Duthie's moving this one. Councillor Connolly's going to second this one on Waterloo Station. So we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's passed. Thank you. So, pets, including small and large dogs. Yeah. So, and ducks if they present themselves. So, I think, we'll have a discussion on this now. There's obviously been a number of submissions coming at this. So the officer's recommendation is to retain the current rules. And so maybe I'll just open the floor for some discussion on this, Darren.
So my thoughts on this is that the time may have come, and so the recommendation I would be looking for is something along the following lines: that GWRC initiates a 6-month off-peak trial of pets on buses based on the recent Auckland Transport Trial model.
That's better.
So, should we just have a chat about this? I have views, but I'll defer to the committee first before I put them. So, Councillor Duthie, and then Mr. Linson.
Yeah. So, question on that. You specifically mentioned buses. What about trains? Are you thinking, Darren?
It's a difficult one. On the Wainuiomata Hill every day there's people and dogs. And I've seen on more than one occasion ordinary people walking their dog on leash, and then a couple of teenage kids running with their dog that wasn't on the leash, and then the drama, and then the woman with the dog on the leash wasn't strong enough to pull her dog away. The 2 kids with the dog that wasn't least they were teenagers, they freaked out. Just that whole drama around members of the public coming in and trying to separate the for all great pets, family pets, but just the moment. And I don't know whether I'm kind of overstating or trying to find reasons to be negative, but I'm just trying to think of an impact of an incident like that on a bus with a puppy sitting there and then a stronger dog, and then they're not able to control their, and my thoughts would be that if we can't provide some form of dog box to separate the dogs from the members of the public, you get exposed to an experience like that. And I remember the kids, that day they were screaming and they were terrified, and but like I say, I don't want to overstate or trying to find reasons not to do it, but I would think if we could find a safe way to transport the dogs that didn't in any way impact on the other passengers, I think that's fine. But as far as more than one animal on a contained area like that, I just fear that the worst one day will happen.
Thank you, Councillor Laban. Mr. Lenson, and then Councillor Lee. And I've got you, Councillor.
I think this is just reflecting on I guess, PTAG's perspective. I think this was the most controversial topic we've ever had in PTAG, and probably here as well. And the membership was very much split between, I suppose, accessibility advocates who were against it versus, I don't know how to describe the rest of PTAG, but the other side, if you will, who were very much in favour of it from a almost a family perspective of having to be able to take your pets who are increasingly, even for people like me, so I have some bias here, I have pets, I don't have kids, and that was enabling people to take public transport. And I just wonder whether there is a middle ground where there are some more restrictions on which animals are allowed. So at the moment we allow small pets, but that's helpful at times, but not when you actually are trying to really do things. You don't want to take a carrier with you, or you have a bigger dog. But things like muzzles and things like, one thing PTAG suggested was maybe tying it to responsible dog owner status, that sort of thing. It gets hard to enforce that, of course, and how you do that is difficult. But I do note, of course, that also the majority of almost the majority of submitters were in favour of it, so it perhaps is a mandate from that perspective, though, of course, the disability community being a smaller part, but with perhaps over more important views from how they're affected by it. And so I would be in favour of it, but I do wonder if there's a way to do it that's slightly more refined.
Thank you, Mr. Lenson. Sure, I've got some more people on the list, but is that okay?
So I was going to say that the reason for suggesting that we run off the back of the Auckland trial is that required things like muzzles and what have you, so it's not a free-for-all. There are still limits that you have to operate within as a dog or a cat.
I do think a trial is a good way to do it because, again, that will, if it works well, then maybe the disability community would then be more assured that it was not going to impede them as much.
Okay. Thank you. So Councillor Lee and then Councillor Connell.
Thank you. Yes to the trial. Thank you.
Councillor Connolly?
I'm not in favour of it. As you all know, I'm obsessed with my dog, who is the best dog in the whole world. And I love more than my children. And I have been in Europe where I've seen incredibly well-behaved dogs on public transport. And I also don't buy the fact that small dogs are any better than big dogs. In fact, quite often I think small dogs have been worsely trained than big dogs, and they're snappy and bucky and awful. But I guess but I've also been to the dog park, and unfortunately on one occasion I saw a little dog killed by a larger dog. Just these horrible things do happen, I'm afraid, and I just don't think it's worth the risk at the moment, especially when we're trying to rebuild train patronage. And I see that trains would probably be the more common mode of transport that people would take dogs on because it's more flexible. I do have a certain amount of sympathy for people who don't have cars and need to take their dogs to the vet, though, and I wondered if there would be a process whereby people could get permission to take their dog for a trip. So it would be a no to everyone, but but you could email Emmett and get special permission to take your dog. Some kind of license that would allow it on special occasions, but it would be a no to the mainstream, because I also don't think that there would be that many people who really don't have access to a vehicle to take their dogs to the vet. But I do think there may be some people, and I do have sympathy for them. So trying to come up with a regime that would help them.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so is there anybody else wanting to speak on this one? Councillor Duffy, yeah?
I think it's probably good to know we currently do allow it on public transport on the ferry. You can apparently, according to the ferry rules, you can take a trained and friendly dog on the ferry, and as long as it's kept on the top deck. The difference there, I guess, is there is a space that is sort of more confined, and so in some ways I'd look more favourably on a trial if it was focused on, say, trains on the weekend. Not that we have many trains running on the weekend, they're all bus replaced. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Because you could have one unit that was dogs and the other one not. But buses I find very challenging because it's such a confined space. So at the moment I'm not feeling favourable towards Councillor Ponta's recommendation.
I'm not favourable towards it. I think the drivers, broadly speaking, the operators, the disability advocates are giving us a very strong message. My understanding is from the Auckland trial, yeah, it's going well for the people who are taking their dog on the bus, but I think a lot of other folks involved with that are not liking it in Auckland. So, yeah, I generally don't feel in favour of it, but I think we're quite divided on this one, team. So I don't know, what should we do? Should we go for?
So I was just going to say, Thomas, I think the thing to remember here is that this is couched as a trial,
Yeah,
and it's also couched as off-peak. I'm not sure if that's captured, but both of those are trying to mitigate a wider reaction that we might otherwise have. Sorry? On the cable car, it pays $2, but I don't think there's any intention to charge for dogs. But that all depends on Rover Emmett, you know.
But if they're big dogs, they will occupy space. I mean, in Europe, they make you pay for bikes, for example. So there is precedence to.
So should we just have a vote on
Dogs or no dogs?
whether to? Well, I don't think we need specific language at this point because I mean I think we're talking about the idea of some kind of trial for dogs on public transport with some parameters around it, and I think that's that along the lines of what Councillor Ponta has suggested, and we should just take those in favour of that now. So if you're in favour of that, please say aye. Yeah, show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. And those against? Mr. Lenson's not a voting member. So what happened there?
That's lost.
Oh, that has lost. So okay. So thank you for your participation in that vote. We just had a vote, and we voted not to proceed with the trial.
Excellent.
That possibly was one of our most exciting moments ever. We could do it again for you.
I was trying to write the yes, please.
Can we rewind?
The vote could go differently.
Can we rewind the live stream? No. Okay, so that's good. It's right. It's fine.
You didn't see anything, Nigel.
Oh, Nigel's here. Yeah, good. Okay, right. So next item is. Well, yeah. I mean, should we put forward this recommendation, which was the officer's recommendation? We should do that. So we'll put that. I'll put that forward. If somebody wants to second that, Councillor Bassett's nodding at me. Is he seconding that? So all those in favour of the officer's recommendation say aye. Those against. So that's passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. So did we record those?
The minutes will record Councillor Ponta's motion as being lost.
With the
if-
votes?
If that's what's requested. So that will be a division vote recorded. Just to confirm that councillors Ponta, Gaylor, Lee and Staples voted in favour, and councillors Nash, Connolly, Laban, Bassett and Duffy voted against that one. And then we'll be also doing a division vote for
The
current-
officer's recommendation, yeah.
Which are we
Should we
doing
just show
by-
hands again
Yes,
in
please.
favour of that recommendation for officers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go.
Point of clarification, why if we had that vote, how is this one different?
Yeah, it's a negative of the one just put forward. So the status quo remains, which is
Because we haven't got anything at the moment, so we've got to do something.
Seeks to retain the status quo.
yeah. So the status quo is retained. So I don't know if you actually need to have the second vote or not.
He will.
What you're doing is an agreement
Yeah.
for your report.
Yeah, I think what we want to do is provide some closure to the public submissions process, one way or another. So I think, in a way, it's implicit in the previous vote that we have done that, but we might as well, for the sake of clarity and legibility, pass this vote. So have you got what you need, Lucas?
So if we're doing a division vote for that second motion, can I just have a show of hands in favour so we can
In
record
favour
that?
of current recommendation 6 on there, recommend current rules for animals travelling on public transport are retained. So you got that. You got that?
So it's pretty much the opposite of the first
It
one.
is.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Gaylor was voting in favour of this recommendation. Yeah. Yes. No, I think that's a sensible. I think I'm taking it as very supportive. So I thank you. Yeah. Yes. Very good. Okay. Right. How are you all feeling? Good. Yeah. Good. Okay. So item 7 on this table is. Are you supportive of Metlink? So this is cash on board buses. So we recommend that the committee, current recommendation from officers, recommend the committee retains provision for accelerating the phase out of cash payments on public transport services prior to arrival of the national ticketing solution as we work towards transitioning to Motu Move. Okay, you want to go first, Councillor Connolly, and then Councillor Duffy?
Maybe Councillor Duffy's comments will sway me one way or the other. Personally, I find this the hardest thing. I find it way harder than dogs. Sorry, I can think of like arguments for and against that are both extremely valid. So we want to get them off the services because it makes our drivers unsafe and it adds cost to the service. But at the same time, we've got a group of people who are still relying on cash, and they're doing so because they don't necessarily have the capital to buy cards and put larger sums on them. So I don't know what the answer is. I wonder if our phase out could, we could swap it the other way, could we? So at the moment we have some services that are designated no cash. Could we have some services that are designated cash, particularly those like in Porirua in the hut, where we know that larger populations of people are still using cash, but otherwise phase it out where it's not like a core part of people's payment solutions.
Tim, could you answer that question, please?
Thank you through the chair. Look, this is interesting. We actually have a workshop tomorrow that's going to raise the phasing out of cash again. Just a couple of clarifications. The reason that this recommendation is up here is because Motu Move has been delayed. So we were always, as a council, expecting to phase out cash, and the timing was intending to remain the same. It's just that the Motu Move has now been delayed. So we're saying we'll try and phase out cash in a time frame and through a methodology that's appropriate with this council. So we'll do it in a considered and a structured way, noting that we've already phased out cash on a few express services in the morning, and that's been quite successful. I think the other takeaway for us is we need to take a really good look at our retail network. So we're not saying cash out of our network, we're just saying cash off boards, off the trains, off the buses, but cash will still be accepted essentially at retailers that can provide snapper cards and things like that, noting that there is a barrier into entry of $10 for a snapper card as well. So what we're saying here is we said we were going to phase out cash as part of the NTS. will you allow us as officers to explore an earlier phase out, noting that there will be cost savings that will come out of this, which we quite substantively need at the moment. There's health and safety issues coming through our operators. I think we've had 3 cash box robberies in the last month and a half. And do we have the opportunity to now actually accelerate that at a time and through a methodology that's appropriate with this council? So that's where we're kind of going with this one.
I guess the other thing that worries me is I've seen personally on Metlink, I've seen some really amazing examples of drivers who have let passengers who clearly don't have money on and got them to their destination. I've also seen some really not great examples of the opposite. And when you can't rely on drivers to implement our policies, it makes doing something like this really hard. So we do have policies around no one left behind, and we need to be reinforcing that if we're going to go towards a cash system without publicising it so that people don't take this.
I've got a line up here. Councillor Duthie, Councillor Laban, Mr. Lenson, and then Councillor Ponta.
So mine was actually a question in terms of clarifying what the officer's recommendation, what the accelerating prior to NTS means.
Getting faster.
So I can understand if Motu move is delayed, that we're basically, I understand the physics of acceleration, but in this context, so Motu move has been delayed. We're thinking about doing more phasing out of cash prior to then. Are we going to start phasing out cash before you're able to pay with a credit and debit card is left unanswered.
I think that is the key question.
And so what's the answer to that key question?
Well, and I
From
don't
the
think,
officer's
I think the answer, if the answer is that the officer's recommendation is wanting to retain the flexibility to do that. And obviously we have got that right now, right? So there are some express services on the network that do not take cash and we do not have card payment. So the recommendation is seeking to expand the number of services that don't take cash whilst we don't have card payment. I have asked whether, and one thing we could look at in the wording here is whether we are talking about phasing out of cash payments. Because I mean, National Ticketing Solution is obviously a specific program that allows for payment by card, but there could be other mechanisms for payment by card that are independent to the National Ticketing Solution, i.e. us doing it ourselves with Snapper. That is unfunded and complicated at the moment, but it's not impossible. So, Councillor Duffy?
Secondary question. It would strike me as a lot easier to phase out cash on board trains because it's relatively straightforward to put a kiosk at a train station, but you can't do that at a bus stop. Is there much advantage though, or is really the big advantage in terms of cost savings and safety and security, does that come with buses, not trains?
Yeah, look, there's actually quite substantive cost savings associated with cash. In fact, we're starting to see that probably the cost of handling cash may be actually more than the value of the cash that we're currently receiving.
Depending bus versus train?
Bus versus train. Train, we believe there's quite a lot of revenue protection loss because our PASOP staff can't get through the trains during peak periods. So essentially it's a volunteering basis at the moment. So the PASOP staff will go cash, cash, cash. And if you're not paying attention, you did want to pay by cash, quite often you get missed. And we are aware, and I personally see it myself, there's quite a lot of revenue protection loss as part of that process. The thing that we really need to look at is the retail network. So the Snapper retailers throughout the city and making sure that we have retailers close by most of our railway stations so people have that accessibility to those outlets where they can use cash to essentially get a Snapper card if they need to. So that's one of the key things that we would probably look as part of a phase-out strategy to make sure that retail network is fit for purpose and could support both the rail and the bus network. So there needs to be more work. All we're saying is we just want to disconnect this from the National Ticketing Solution because we believe that there's quite a strong cost savings and safety value proposition here, and we'd like the opportunity to do that if we could.
We could reword it to say investigate specific opportunities to remove cash on specific services ahead of card payment. As we have done on the ferry and as we have done with some express services, that is slightly softer than what you've got. Did you get that wording?
So we recommend that the services.
Have you got what I just said? Because that's because I was basically saying investigate opportunities for phase out of cash on specific services ahead of payment by card, of the introduction of payment by card.
You wouldn't go with just accelerate the cash, accelerate the phase out of the cash payment.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm interested in your thoughts there. I mean, what are you thinking?
Well, this is by no means scientific, but it's an issue that always gets emotional when people come and tell us that, the at-risk communities and the high deprivation low are struggling, and that we need to keep this in place because it suits them. And you put that up against those of us that regularly catch buses and trains, and hardly anybody pays in cash at the moment. But I don't know. I don't know what number or what percentage that is, or whether that justifies us one way or the other. But I suspect that it's so minuscule that after a little while nobody's going to notice anyway. Which is why I suggested why don't we just accelerate, the phasing out of cash payments.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
Yes.
Whether I'm right or wrong,
Yeah. No, that's good points. So we've got Mr. Lenson is next, and then Councillor Ponta. Yep.
Yeah, so again, reflecting on PTAG views, one where PTAG would be split on the phasing out of cash as a general concept, but I think even those who are in favour in PTAG, and myself, of phasing out of cash would not want to see that happen before NTS. Like there was quite a...
NTS or card payment?
Card payment. People, especially the more transport nerdy ones in the group, very much saw card payment as the time to phase out cash, and so I think generally PTAG would be quite against that wording. If it was more of a general phasing out of cash over time, then again it would be quite a split view, but as it stands it would be shot down.
Thank you. Councillor Ponta, and then Councillor Connolly. I've got you as well.
Oh, thanks. So, a number of things. One is whether, so just having heard that a comment about linking it to the NTS solution, I still wonder whether there's a possibility of, rather than just sort of wandering off and saying that we're going to accelerate, we actually commit to a deadline. Understand that the people who see an intersection between NTS here, but that intersection seems to be getting further and further and further away, and I suppose I have a preference that we just deal with this and not cash out. Yeah. So that's the first question about whether we can commit to a date. Second is whether in the innovation space, in the investigate space, whether we can reduce, for the period that we still have them, the cost of buying a snapper card. I think that's $10 at the moment, and I don't know what the economics of that are, but I'm presuming somebody's going to tell me they can't be free, but can we get that down to half the price or whatever that it is in order to make snapper cards more accessible to people? And no, I think that's it. Those are my three things.
I think it's a no on making the snapper card free. Although I do wonder, I mean, how many? Yeah.
We have done it in the past.
We care if it's a pass-through cost, so effectively we pay staff $10 for a card.
We
don't make any money.
But I mean, we could. I mean, how many snapper cards are issued every month?
Actually, I've got a slide on that tomorrow, but I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Okay. What is it?
It's actually quite a few. It's quite a few. We have 300,000 active snap cards.
Yeah. There's probably a few down the back of the couch, right?
Yeah. That's active. So what's
yeah. Okay. Councillor Connolly?
I just wanted to comment on Tim's comment before about increasing the retail network. I don't think that's sufficient. And I also catch public transport, and I do see people using cash still, and predominantly they're people who aren't familiar with the network and don't have snapper cards. And if you turn up at a station and you discover you have to go half a block to a dairy, I just don't think that's adequate. However, I guess this is the kind of thing we're going to discuss tomorrow, right? Like exactly what the phase out looks like, and including whether we could put a date on that. That can we leave some of these for the workshop? But I guess I'm supportive of phasing out cash in general, so long as we look after people who are struggling at the moment. But I do think there's quite a few details that need to be worked out, but this isn't probably the place.
So if I can make a couple of comments, I think that's exactly it. I think it's for this council to set some criteria for us that when we hit a certain criteria, you are comfortable with us phasing out cash, and that could be based on usage. It could be targeted support. It could be cheap snapper cards or even free snapper cards at certain locations. So maybe if we workshop what those criteria and those bare minimum requirements you would expect us to put in place before we could phase out cash, that might be a useful way of structuring that.
So yeah, we've got some wording up there that I think is hopefully capturing some of this. Councillor Lee and then Councillor Gaylor.
Well, thank you. I think we're almost there with going cashless. I mean, there'll always be a number of people who'll be disadvantaged. It is about behaviour change. We've phased out plastic bags. We've phased out checkbooks. I think we're at the last end. Of the tail end of phasing out cash. It's about behaviour change. If we can get people to pick up their dog poo, I think we can get them to phase out cash.
Beautiful intervention as always, Councillor Lee. Councillor Gaylor.
Oh, it's a tough act to follow. So my question was going to be the same as Councillor Ponta's around the price of the thing, because I get a new FPOS now and again, and they don't charge me, but I guess there's some cost there. It just seems unreasonable. I think we talk a lot about the cashless thing because, as people who can't afford it. Well, there's me who's just actually not organised. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are just not organised to do it because I went, actually I'll catch the bus because it's raining, or I wasn't expecting to do whatever. The other thing, doing a bit of travel, going into the airport to catch, and then coming out of the airport to catch the bus back into town. One snapper machine there, and a couple of trips ago it was out. I couldn't top up my snapper, and I couldn't tell you where there is a snapper top up in Otaki. Is there one? I don't know where that is. Yeah, so yeah, just saying this is my world.
Yep, no, good points there. Councillor Staples, then Councillor Duffy.
I just wondered how Melbourne City managed, because I remember turning up there several years ago to go and buy a ticket and be told that no, we don't do that anymore, you need a card, and they'd gone to cash. And it's a big city with huge demographics, so it'd be interesting to know when Emmett has nothing to do, if he could phone them and find out how they managed.
After this, we'll just finish our deliberations and
Yeah, we can work there. But
yeah, you freed up a lot of time.
Obviously, I don't want people to spend a whole lot of time, but I am interested about their experience.
Yep. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, just remember what my question was at the last minute. One of the questions raised in submissions that cash is legal tender and we're obliged as a public service agency sector. Where did we get to with official legal advice on that?
There's coffee shops where you can't buy coffee.
I wasn't asking you, Councillor Ponta, I was asking officers. Through you, Chair, I think the case is actually that nobody has actually made a legal challenge. But it would be fair to say that regardless of it being legal tender, government policy, bipartisan government policy, because it transcends all specific parties or governments, has been for a long time to phase out cash. So that's the advice of the agencies themselves.
Through you, the Chair, also, AT did it during COVID days. They decided not to go back to cash post-COVID. So I think that's 50% of public transport in New Zealand doesn't accept cash already. I think the question's always been for us, not if, but when. this happens, and we're just looking for some advice on that.
And
with the legal advice that you get at the end of the day is there's still a cash transaction taking place. So you're still moving money to put on your card, you're just not doing it on the bus, and that's the fallback position that they'll take.
Yeah, exactly. We do accept cash. You just have to do it at a Snapper rate retailer. That's it, I think, on that one. So what do we think about this recommendation that's up on the board?
That's the original.
Yeah, I'll read out the one that we've been working on. Investigate opportunities to accelerate the phase out of cash payments prior to the introduction of integrated electronic ticketing by date, including through promotions to make Snapper usage more affordable and accessible. I mean, is that... Yeah, what's our date? What's our date?
I'm not going to support that because whatever date, I think I'm more in favour of Tim's suggestion that we workshop some criteria, and when those criteria have been met, we go. Because otherwise we can pick a date and that date will come and go, and we won't have improved the network sufficiently.
Would you support this if we just drop the date?
Yes.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Ponta? Yeah. Okay, take that date out there. Are we? Someone want to move this one? Councillor Lee's moving that one. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Laban seconding that. Those in favour of this, please say aye. Those against? So that's passed. Congratulations, everyone. We've done the items that we specifically consulted on. So now we are going to go out into the wild, scary world of the abyss. Yeah, the public transport abyss of other matters. Yeah, so things that you've been noting down. I wonder whether we should maybe take a slight break now.
No, and maybe just one
Hang on.
thing.
Yeah, I wonder whether I think I.
Major partner. Most people want to talk about the DC because in that mix is, of course,
I think we're just gonna take a 5-minute break, and I'm just gonna talk to Emma and Tim, and we're gonna figure out how we're gonna manage the next little bit, and then we'll come back. So 5 minutes. So don't go too far. So this is going to be an express service. So what I think we're going to do two things essentially here. Well, first of all, there are a series of officer recommendations that respond to and deal with matters from major partners, so territorial authorities, etc. So I think we'll go through those now. So Emmett, if you could take us to those, and we'll take those as a package. So we'll introduce them all now, and then we'll put them to a vote as one. So is that the first one? Yeah, introduce them. Yeah.
Okay, so through you, Chair. So the first of the major stakeholder partner submissions, NZTA. We've gone through a very constructive process with NZTA, very supportive. They've asked for some minor sort of changes and adjustments, really at a technical level that we can manage. And there's the recommendation, which is effectively...
So I'll just read that out. So recommend that the committee notes NZTA's feedback on the draft RPTP and that officers will work to address most of the points raised by the Transport Agency in the version of the RPTP that will be presented to Council at our meeting on the 26th of June. Yeah, so there'll be a draft RPTP that will come in advance or as part of the order paper for the 26th of June Council meeting. Yeah, I think we will make sure that, well, that is complicated. Emmett doesn't like that, but
we won't do track changes on the edited version. You simply, just because of the design, we would only be able to do a summary table of the changes we've made and where we've made them.
Is that okay? Well, we'll make sure that every change is flagged and that there's a sense of, so you can see what has changed from what to what and why. So yeah, there'll be a table of that.
Full,
is that
full
fine?
details given.
Councillor Duffy?
Yeah, two questions around NZTA's submission. One was they want us to clearly outline the operational structure of the LINRIM services, which is presumably a bit tricky. So how would we respond to that?
Through you, Chair, that's a pointed comment relating to the funding structure, and that's currently a piece of work that we have underway with them.
So we'll be doing that, but in a separate process to the RPTP. Okay. And then the second one was in relation to our comments in the draft that there are a few opportunities for value for money on demand, but we'll still look into implementing on demand as in the future. And they point out that if there are a few opportunities for it being cost effective, then why would we do it? What's our response to that submission point?
Through you, Chair, this is something we believe that on demand through technology changes, financial incentives, etc., could change tomorrow, could change 5 years from now. We don't want to throw out the idea of on demand completely. And NZTA, I think their feedback to us has been sort of quite of the moment, and not necessarily looking to the future.
So the few opportunities is at this point in time, but over the period of the RPTP that might change. Okay,
very much
understood.
So Wellington City, we're noting the fare zone point, and we're noting that those are best dealt with in the annual fare review process. So carry on down. I'm not going to put these one by one. I'm going to take them all as one. Kapiti Coast, so we note the requests, consider those against funding, more engagement with Kapiti Coast, District Council, carry on down. Gaylord?
It's just it is a bit tricky to see that one separated like that. But what I'm particularly picking up from the submission and the Mayor talked to it was that they're wanting to see implementation. So, I mean, is there some sort of action we can take to kind of show them or present back to them via a letter to say what this is the action? Because, from reading it, they're not feeling that.
Yeah. When we can say we can take an action to write to Kapiti Coast District Council on the actions that we will be taking through the API, that we will propose to take through the APTP. So essentially pulling out what we're going to put into the APTP and sending it to them. We could actually do that for all of them.
So I was just going to say, can we do that?
Yeah,
yeah, let's do that.
Because that was a real, what I was taking out from the mayor's oral presentation was that that's what obviously their officers are seeing and what the elected representatives are seeing. So,
Emma, are we happy to do that? We do have the sections in there.
Yes, we are. And just to comment that and this might have been reflected in Mayor Holborough's comments, she did note, of course, that those sections were developed with those councils, so we did a collaborative process.
Mm-hmm.
We were always intending to come back to them with an outcomes from this, a little bit of feedback.
because I think sometimes, well, officers might be doing that can be a little bit unseen by elected representatives. We don't know. Yeah, so
yes,
some way to make this really visible for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, and we'll do that for all territorial authorities. Upper Hutt.
Sorry, question.
Yep, go,
So,
Councillor.
question for clarification: in each of the city sections, there's that sort of regional focus and consideration, with a list of things that we've heard from our partners that might be warranted in public transport, and then we have our plan. Do I read it right that even if something was suggested in our partners' conversations, if it's not included in our plan, it's not really in the list of things we're going to do? We've noted it, but we're not going to do anything about it.
If it's not listed in the plan, then
do you mean
it's
our
not?
Plan?
Oh, if it's not referred to in the regional public transport plan anywhere, then it's basically not possible for us to seek funding for it.
Just as an example, so in the city one, in conversations with our partners, we've noted that further evaluation is required on a direct bus from Wainuiomata to Wellington City. But in the next box of our plan, which suggests these are the things we're actually going to do, we haven't included that. In fact, officers' comments today that our policy would be not to duplicate the train service. So am I reading it right that we've heard these things, but this is what we're going to do, and anything not mentioned there that was here,
Yes.
we're not going to do?
Yes, you're reading that. I think you're reading that right.
Yes,
I think you're reading that right.
We're not going to do it either.
Well, it's not part of our plan.
But it's not part of the immediate plan, but we haven't ruled it out.
Yeah, sure. But
well, I think yes, you're basically reading it right. But so what we're going to do a little bit further down within the next 19 minutes is there are some officer recommendations around specific bus routes. So, for example, the Wainuiomata bus route.
Was just
But I mean, so once we do those will essentially be signalling that for the next draft that we'll start to prepare tomorrow, those items, some items that we agreed today, will start to filter into that box of things we are actively considering. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Are they going to go in our plan when Emmett does the updates? Is it going to go in the our plan section, or is it going to go in other sections, or is there going to be an addendum to the report which identifies things we changed as part of this process?
There will be as we just talked about, I think there'll be some form of this kind of spreadsheet that will say that will identify all of the changes that we've made to the RPTP from the draft that was publicly notified in February to the draft that we are going to consider in June.
And as we adjust the chair and the transport committee chair's addresses at the beginning, there'll be 2 new sections framed within those. So Darren's section will update, from your overall macro view, and Thomas's section will specifically talk about this process, what we've agreed, what changes were made, and then the changes will also cascade through the document. So it'll be very clearly signposted. We went out with a draft. Here's where we ended up, and here's been the changes and additions.
Does that sound all right? Yep. Okay. And one thing that we'll do for the specific geographic sections is we'll look at the Wellington Regional Strategic Rail Plan, which was adopted in 2022, which has a bunch of things like double tracking the north-south junction, double tracking north of Waikanae, and we'll identify those as already having been considered through that Wellington Strategic Rail Plan. So that'll help, I think, to address some of the comments that various people made. So should we keep going down? Upper Hutt is next.
And there was the specific.
So yeah, there's a specific point here that we're mentioning around the events policy for Brewtown, noting that their capacity is 9,000. Our strategic events policy has a cap of 10,000, but we want to make clear that we're not excluding Brewtown from consideration under our strategic events policy. So we'll do that.
Just on Upper Hutt, I don't know whether it's here or later. I wanted to discuss that idea about Linram not precluding new Upper Hutt stations.
So I think we're going to come back to that in a point around rail infrastructure. So hold that thought. Masterton District Council noting the feedback from Horizons, noting the feedback from Horowhenua District Council, and specifically noting the interregional public transport provision and that it requires funding provisions. Are you happy with that one? Councillor Duffy?
So my question is, what does that mean? I mean, we can note that it requires funding, but are we going to do anything about it, or are we ignoring them? So it's unclear to me in our recommendation and therefore our response to them.
Yeah.
We heard what they said. Are we going to do anything with that, like pick up the MOU idea or anything, or are we just telling them that basically because it requires funding and there isn't any funding, we're not doing anything? What does this actually mean?
Shall we explore the MOU? I mean, I think we basically said we would come back to them on that, didn't we? At the Transport Committee meeting a while back. Are we happy to do an MOU with?
And why not? Because it would have to be agreed. And
I
if
guess
we couldn't reach terms of agreement, it would fall over.
we're going to have to do it with Horizons. Sam, is this okay for us to talk about this?
Yeah, through Chair, I just was going to comment that we have got agreements draft agreements to be in place with Horizons concerning the running of the rail service once the Linram rail service comes into operation. There has been a recent meeting with Horizons, us and Horowhenua District Council around the Levin railway station issue. Horizons, I think, and I understand that at that meeting it was clarified for Horowhenua District Council that Horizons maintain the rail service won't change the fact that Horizons is the public transport authority that's relevant for that area, and Horizons has MOUs in place with all their territorial authorities, so that's why Horowhenua District Council has raised that as a proposal. And I understand that at that meeting, Horowhenua was comfortable that we didn't need to have an MOU, but it might be that
they've asked for it again today in their submission.
Yeah. So I guess we could, and we probably reflect what was in the Horizons one, and because we need to make sure that we're not double dipping, if you like, or not duplicating what.
Councillor Ponter and then Councillor Staples.
Yeah, so I don't have any difficulty with some form of MOU that sort of tries to understand the context and the scope of what's trying to be achieved and the part the different parties have. I wouldn't like to see the MOU get wound up in the Linram stuff though, because that's already complicated enough as it is. This needs to be a standalone type initiative.
So, Councillor Staples?
I'm coming from a slightly different position. Our main relationship for me is with Horizons as public transport providers, and I'm just a bit nervous about then getting into a relationship with the TA. They said quite clearly today they wanted money from us. They may not have meant to say that, but they did. And I, for one, would not be comfortable asking our ratepayers in the Greater Wellington region to pay for a station that was not in our region, because it opens a floodgate. It's not that it's not a good idea to upgrade Levin's railway station, but I just don't see it as our responsibility. So for me, I'd feel more comfortable if we were working on that relationship with Levin through Horizons.
So why don't we say additional thing? Continue to work with Horizons and Horowhenua District Council on plans for rail in Levin. That's fine, right? Are you happy with that?
What?
Continue to work with Horowhenua District Council and Horizons. Yeah.
Adrian's correct. That is our principal partner.
Yeah.
We've got
Put Horizons first.
a TA here who's leaning into it because
Yeah.
it's on their doorstep.
Yeah. I think continue to work with Horizons as the public transport agency and Horowhenua District Council on improvements for rail services in Levin. Horizons first. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
we'll do it.
Yeah. Fix it.
Well, what I am conscious of here, Thomas, is that if only there were more Horowhenua district councils that
Yes.
were looking to have that sort of relationship with us.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Certainly.
the path will be asking for money if they're not going to get that.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we're happy to have a discussion.
Another question is.
Yeah. Well, for us it is.
There's still the bus connection.
Well, that's coming later.
Right, you can do that separately.
Yeah. Okay, so yes.
So we had quite a few submissions from city and district councils, but a few of them didn't submit, which is sort of conspicuous in their absence. I'm particularly interested in Hutt City Council. Did they communicate to us as to why they did not submit, even though they have plans which have public transport initiatives in them that they haven't put forward to the plan that can fund them? Did we get any? I presume they had input to the draft plan.
Yes.
Did they feel that that was their input and they didn't need to submit?
Through you, Chair, they, of course, the Hutt City section that's in there was done in full collaboration with them. They were given the opportunity to comment. Obviously, they were made aware and they haven't proceeded. And that's the only information I have. I can't speculate why they didn't.
I also noted that the union tramways did not submit either, which is disappointing because I think the views of drivers are extremely important and have come through in other ways. But it's certainly unfortunate, especially since the bus operators, the employers, have all submitted in fulsome and useful ways. Okay, right. So next is Bus and Coach Association and Kinetic. So we're noting their submissions. We're noting TransDev's submission. So should we, bearing all those in mind, I know you can't see them all in front of you on the screen, but is somebody happy to move all of those? Yep. Councillor Gale is happy to move those. Councillor Duthie's happy to second those. All in favour of those? Aye. Those against? Okay, so that's good. So we've done, I think we've fulfilled our statutory obligations at this point. But we're not going to stop there because we've got 9 minutes and we're going to do some more things. So let me just introduce a few things. So the way I'm thinking here is one of the main themes that we've heard, I think, is the people want the public transport services that we provide and infrastructure we provide to catch up with the urban development and growth that has happened. So if you think about the bus, if you pull up the bus services that we've already proposed here, Wainui-Yamata, Waikanae, Wataki Levin, Corridor, Porirua, Tawa, these are all areas that in the last 10 years have experienced very high growth, significant urban development. And I think what I would like to suggest is a new vision. So if you can skip to the vision. So there's 4 visions at the moment, or 4 elements to the vision in the draft RPTP. I think we should have something that acknowledges, I've written it up here, promote more efficient land use and urban development that maximises access to public transport services and minimises the cost of delivering. Because the way that urban development happens has a direct bearing on how much it costs to deliver public transport. If you build higher density housing close to existing public transport infrastructure like railway stations, it's cheap to access public transport. If you build massive sprawling developments that are cul-de-sacs and hard to access, it's very expensive, prohibitively expensive to have public transport. So I'm suggesting we have something like this as a new vision. And under the vision, I'm suggesting that we look at exploring a development levy. So the government has suggested that it will be looking at development levies for different services rather than the kind of existing development contributions mechanism. Now, in other jurisdictions around the world, there are public charges on developers for public transport. We don't have that at the moment in New Zealand, but we could. And when you think about the submissions that we've had that are looking to find ways to fund public transport in areas that have experienced rapid growth, and this is going to continue. I think it'd be worth proposing a development levy that would support public transport infrastructure and services, and incentivise urban development that is cost effective for public transport. So I'm suggesting that, and then flowing from that, you've got two other elements. One related to bus, which is the existing officer recommendations for new bus services, and then a set of improvements that I'm not sure we've quite written down yet on rail infrastructure. But maybe Councillor Ponta can. We've got some text from Councillor Ponta. So let's take. Shall we take the vision and policy as one little section? You're happy to move that, Councillor Duthie? Councillor Connolly's seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? So that's good. And then should we take the bus? Oh, there's a question.
So the development of the idea is useful for the future, but for development that's already happened that hasn't been levied, we're now left with proposing potentially new bus services or rail improvements and so on, but no funding to do it. So what's our sort of context for this next section of bus and rail improvements, given at the moment there is no funding? It's sort of, is it an optimisation type frame? Is it actually
through you,
just
Chair, could I just add that we also have this discussion mindful of the time of use charging bill, which is, congestion charging, which is another piece of the mix. And we do have select committee hearings that councils are going to be representing that, including Adrian, next week.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, I think it is essentially an optimisation point.
Yeah, through you, the Chair. We will start that discussion actually tomorrow. We've got an annual plan balancing the budget. Essentially, there's a number of different budgets that are up in the air. It's going to be incredibly challenging to do any sort of growth at the moment. However, this council can still decide to do growth, and I think there's a piece of work to be done about what's the value of some of these new bus networks, and can we optimise our existing routes to potentially move some of them over to these areas that obviously have a bit of transport deprivation. So long story short, it's probably going to be something that will get caught up in the annual plan, but we'll start that discussion tomorrow.
New developments that didn't pay the transport subsidy and goes directly to the next one.
Well, that's right. So yeah, Councillor Levin, I think you're absolutely right. The trouble is that, as you've said, Councillor Duthie, the horse has sort of bolted in terms of urban development. Privatising the benefits and socialising the costs.
So just to summarise what I'm hearing, there's an element of optimisation opportunity, both within an area, but also sort of thinking about less need for a service there that we could move towards where there's more need, so in a bigger picture optimisation. But there's also the potential for future opportunities or funding sources. So we want to get in this RPT what we'd like to do, what are priorities if we can find ways to make them happen. Is that
that's right? I think that's right.
Correct. I think that's right. The RPTP is very much an enabling document. If there's things that we want to do, if we find the money, we would like them to be in there.
So yeah, we've got those. We've voted on those. We've done them. So they're tucked away. So I would like to do two things if we could, just before people need to go at 3, and then we may not have quorum anymore. So we may just have to use the. We should have quorum. So I think we should do the bus. So heard a lot about people wanting bus services improved. I think it would be good to agree these. These are the officers' recommendations as per the publicly notified document. So Wainui Mata, better connections to Heart Hospital. Waikanai Otaki live in, look at route extension and direction changes, increased frequency, extending services from Porirua into Aotea, and looking at Tawa, extending services into Granada North and increased frequency, which is now actually being delivered by the Route 59. Councillor
Does that need to include the Kapiti Health Advisory Board's request around on-demand services from Kapiti to Wellington Hospital?
Well, I think we could consider that, although I think our sense of on demand is that there's really no money for it, and it's hard to justify from a value for money point of view.
I was going back to the. I mean, do we need to call it not call it on demand, but is there something like a bus service or something service from Kapiti to Kinaparu? Because it's all news to me about the Kinaparu service to the Wellington Hospital.
Councillor Potter?
Yeah.
May not meet all of your oh, microphone, sorry, Darren. May not meet all of what you're suggesting, Councillor Gaylor, but a new recommendation C in number 8 that I had put forward to Thomas is there are two things, and I'll do that one first. Better positioning of the HX service to Wellington Railway Station and making the HX service an all-day service, i.e. moving from a hospital worker focus to a broader hospital worker and patient focus. So it means that you wouldn't need an extra bus service into Wellington, but if you came in as a patient on the train, you'd get the HX service straight outside the railway station, and that service would now not just be in the peak, it would be across the day, maybe on an hourly interval or something like that. So that was, I was trying to address that issue where you have long strung out services that don't get the patronage ever that we think they're going to get.
And I think they were pleased with that effort. And I mean, this could be seen as a step change at least.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna get those ones up on the screen that you just read out, Councillor Ponta. And one thing I was thinking, because health services did come up actually a fair bit in the Kapiti Health Advisory Board, but also elsewhere, we could have a recommendation looking at provision of public transport linking health services more broadly.
Yeah, I just wonder because actually microphone needs to come off, but I may be wrong, but I think I'm right in that the Kapiti community is the furthest away from actual hospitals and those big services.
Especially Otaki.
No, Otaki people can go to Palmerston North, but they also can go to Wellington. But it's just logistically the biggest distance and all that sort of provision there. So,
Okay, so we're going to get those up. Councillor Connolly?
Just on the bus issue, the issue I raised about Sunday services, which were promised as part of the last LTP, but still haven't been implemented. Where are we at with that? And do we need to... I'm assuming we don't need to put them out again because they were included in last time, but...
Does anyone know the status of those?
Yeah, Alex down the back here. Alex, do you know anything?
Councillor Ponto, I know you have to go now, but just rest assured we will come back to the points that you've raised around rail infrastructure.
Through you, Chair, they were a recommendation of the rest of region BNR from 2020 for Sunday services on a number of routes across the region that currently have Monday to Saturday services but no Sunday service. The challenge is now really one of the environment we're going into in terms of funding.
Get that, but not happy to be implementing new bus services when we've got things that we promised last time that we haven't actioned. Let's action the last ones before we start adding to our list.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and maybe just at the beginning of that bus point, we can have an initial point that talks about completing implementation of bus routes, of previously planned bus routes that are still considered viable, and then we go on to the next ones. I mean, one thing to recognise here is that this is all subject to funding. Really, the decisions on whether the stuff goes ahead or not will be annual plan, long-term plan discussions. But what we're doing here is we're putting things into the pipe for consideration.
So, and additionally on that, perhaps we could have a summary of outstanding actions from the previous RPTP into the paperwork that goes into our decision making. Because another one, for example, is an action to consider a bus route from Wainuiomata to Seaview and Petone in the previous RPTP, which has been submitted on again. And whether we have considered that or not.
Yeah, so
not aware we
that's
have.
a good point. So we'll take an action there that the final draft of the RPTP to go to council in June will have at the beginning a table noting what we've delivered from the previous RPTP and what we are still working on delivering. So we'll do that. That could be in tabular format as well. Okay, so we haven't quite. Did we move the bus? I don't think we did quite move the bus.
No, we didn't.
Thing yet. No, we didn't. So should we get it back up on the screen?
Turn the key on. That'll
Yeah.
move the bus.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted clarification on that wording there about new stations, because it says the new live-in station, but you don't mean like a second one. You mean moving.
That's
that
right. Well, yeah.
station.
No, I think you're right. Yeah.
So I think the wording might be misleading.
We'll come to that, but yes, yep, that's a good point. So let's just refocus on bus network. So yes.
So question in relation to the 1A, so increased frequency, better connection in advance of review of a wider Hutt City network. Do we have a sense of timing of that?
Next year. Hutt City network review next year. Is that right?
So
yeah.
It is scheduled for next
year.
year.
It is scheduled for next year. It has actually been for a while. So yeah, it's definitely happening this year. Yeah.
Okay.
So we could put that in 2026. Wider Hutt City network in 2026. Right. So what I was thinking, we're going to have a new A, which is complete. Well. So a new A, which is basically a complete delivery of previously planned bus improvements that are still considered viable.
So report back on the completion?
Yeah, report back on the completion of previously planned bus improvements. I mean, we're going to have to do a cost-benefit analysis of all of this, right? Just because it's in the RPTP,
it
doesn't mean it's getting done. It means it's getting considered as part of the wider package of services and infrastructure that we can deliver for public transport, subject to funding. So that'll be the new A, and then we'll have all the following sub-points. And then we could have a point on investigating existing and potential future bus services for access to health facilities. Can you get that one? Okay, so you've got some stuff there. So are we broadly happy with where we are on the bus services, Councillor Duffy?
Oh, microphone's still on. One more thing raised quite frequently in submissions was the connection between buses and trains.
Yeah,
and in other submissions between buses and ferries. So I wonder if that's specifically worth noting as a...
We've got a point on that we're going to come
perfect.
to.
And we've got a workshop on that tomorrow as well.
But yeah, I think we should adopt today as part of our deliberations something around connections, bus to bus, and bus to rail.
So we'll be recommending a program of work. We're calling it Connection Protection. So that's something we're doing as part of the it's quite snazzy. We're stealing it from Translink. But yeah, it'll be a program of work that we'll be looking at as part of getting the rail patronage back on track.
Councillor Connolly?
Not my rohi, but the Awhiro Bay community had some timetabling issues as well. I didn't want that to drop off the list around a bus that allowed drop off of kids.
Awhiro Bay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we might have a little Awhiro Bay section. So yeah.
It is.
Okay, so we're happy to move I mean, yeah. I guess for eligibility we could include Awhiro Bay here. but maybe we just have an Ofido Bay section. I mean, this is one of the things about let's just do it under Ofido Bay because we talk so much about it. Okay, so we'll do this. Is someone happy to move these bus? Yes, Councillor Staples, Councillor Gables, seconding. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, so we've got that locked in. Yeah, yawn. Okay, I think we're doing okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna be all right. Yeah, have water. We're gonna keep going. So
No, this is not getting on.
yeah, noting one. So these are not in any particular order at this point. Yep. Yes.
Councillor Nash, with regards to number 9, is there something we can put in there that's a little stronger? Because it just seems so vanilla.
Do you have any suggestions?
No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you know, that we note the community's desire.
Or acknowledges.
Agree with.
Acknowledge the community's immense frustration.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we acknowledge the community's immense frustration? Well, acknowledge and share.
Yes.
We acknowledge and share the community's immense frustration.
At the lack of functionality of the Wairarapa line.
Well, we
Yeah. Emmett's going to type that through gritted teeth.
No.
No.
I wrote the Moss Weasley thing there to begin with, just because.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's good. Okay, so we're acknowledging and sharing the immense frustration.
That still seems pretty vanilla as far as I'm concerned. Can we actually include something tangible around our relationship with the provider that would actually improve the situation?
Yeah.
If we had the first bit about the immense frustration and then something about that we are putting pressure on Transdev and Kiwi Rail to improve the performance of the line. I don't know. Councillor Connolly, have you got any suggestions? You've got it.
This isn't an immediate thing, but we looked at penalties under the bus contract, but we haven't done the same for the rail contract. Now that may be a timing of that contract, but I feel like we need to do some work on it so at least they are clear where we are coming from and that this is completely unacceptable and they need to improve their service.
So we could reaffirm the committee's commitment. I mean, I'll put this as a separate point actually, but so reaffirm the committee's commitment to taking urgent action with regard to operation of the services and maintenance and renewal of the infrastructure to allow for better services for passengers. I mean, urgent action is, I mean, it's a bit vague, but it's something. I mean, and I think it does reflect what we're doing. I mean, we are. Do you have any thoughts on this, Nigel?
I think what you've drafted there is probably as far as I'd suggest is reasonable to go in this forum, but I think the comments around working with Transdev and Kiwi Rail to address the issues around service, including the potential issues around the contracts and how we look at abatements and such like if they are in play, the complex things to work through, but I think something as written would be sufficient strength from this process to allow us to lean into that even further.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've got a bit of scope to wordsmith some of this based on the first procedural decision that we made in our deliberations. So we'll do our best to make this as strong as it can be. But are we? Yes, Councillor Bassett. Yeah, maybe microphone. You don't have a microphone.
We're not really talking too much about value for money. That sort of concerning. There's no discussion in that.
Well, we could say better service and better value for money for the community.
because I think it's a critical part of the
Yeah,
whole
no, we've heard that
ability to be able to
today.
move it
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah, we've heard that this week. So no, fair
Okay,
enough.
thank you.
Are we happy to move that? Councillor Staples is moving that. Councillor Connolly is seconding that. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against, that's passed. So one thing I thought we might just jump to now was the rail.
Sorry, I was
rail
just
infrastructure.
thinking. Sorry.
Should we do Alfiro Bay now? Okay, let's go to Alfiro Bay. Yeah, that's all gone. That's done. We've got that. We've sussed that. Yep.
So we're going down to
Alfiro Bay. I think it was number 11 actually.
Oh, you want to go to Alfiro Bay?
Let's go to Alfiro Bay. I mean, I go there all the time actually. I live around there. It's lovely. Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple of things for Alfiro Bay. So let's just stick there, hold that one, and so what I think it is a touchscreen thing. Yeah. So what I think we should do is agree to implement the changes already proposed for Alfiro Bay. So there are some things that we already promised last year that we're looking to do that are bound up with commercial negotiations that we hope to resolve soonish, and then we can implement them. And they would result in 2 additional morning and afternoon trips, and that would improve access to the hospital for people who live there. The other things we could do are perhaps you want to raise them, Councillor Lee.
Yes, I would recommend that officers to investigate the options of extending the number 1 and 7 to Fero Bay. So it's just to investigate the options.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a look at the number 1, but I mean, I think that I have no problem with putting that in here. We can look at it. We'll look at it. And the other thing I was thinking was to look at scheduling, in particular the morning. I mean, this is pretty nitty gritty detailed stuff, but the scheduling in the morning that would allow drop off, because it is a bit annoying that you can't actually drop off your kids and get the bus into it. Councillor Staples?
There's just one thing that I don't think anybody has sort of thought about, and I'm not sure that it's our role to do it, but has anybody talked to the school about opening 15 minutes earlier?
There is no way the schools will open. It's across the whole country.
Is it?
Many schools do offer a before school care program, but you have to pay extra for that. Otherwise, the teachers just won't supervise kids before 8:30.
Right. So that I understand they're not babysitters, but okay.
No, it's good. It's a good point. But I think one thing I know about the Alfiro Bay community is that the folks at the school and the folks who've been submitting and the bus users, they're very joined up. So we'll do that. And then I think there was something else that we were going to look at. Or was that everything? I think maybe that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. Okay, so Councillor Lee, would you like to move these recommendations around Alfiro Bay? And I'm happy to second them. So all those in favour? Those against? So those are passed. What I was thinking we could do now is, why don't we do accessibility, because it's right there. So what have we got here? So there's this was quite a theme of the last couple of days. So yeah, I'm sorry, this isn't drafted really in very recommendation-y type language because we haven't quite had time to do that. But I guess we need a recommendation to investigate the following accessibility measures, and then just bullet points, right? And then there's some bullet points there around fixed stops for Tawa on demand, fixing the volume issues for onboard announcements, east by west ferry accessibility. Yeah.
I feel incredibly uncomfortable about the east by west ferry situation, and I don't think this is adequate. I think we need to look at retrofitting. Is it even lawful for us to have services that people in wheelchairs can't can't go on. Massively problematic. And I'm also really unhappy at the way this issue came to us. I think we should have received a staff briefing on the matter a long time ago when this issue was identified. So I have quite a bit of unhappiness around this issue, and I don't think that is sufficient to address the community's concerns.
Okay, Doug Boyd, I think it's going to
Yep, through the chair. Actually, there was a communique sent to councillors about 3 days ago, but it will we'll go into the detail. But it is actually lawful under New Zealand maritime law. There are no standards for accessibility, unfortunately, and given the contractual arrangement we have with the ferry operator at that time, they did not provide an accessible ferry. And we also have the added complication of the territorial authorities funding and looking after the wharves that we access. So there are some significant constraints with regards to infrastructure, but just to emphasise that from a liability point of view is the reason we reached the conclusion that we did, that we would be liable no matter whose preference or how, if someone with a disability had a preference to go on the ferry.
Yep, that's great. So I'm really relieved that we're not breaking the law on this one, but it is not in keeping with our accessibility strategy. And staff were aware of this issue more than 3 days ago, and these issues should have been brought to us in a manner where we can make decisions, not the decisions around liability being made by staff without councillor input. So we need a discussion on this. And it needs to be more wide-ranging than future infrastructure.
Yeah. So what we've got there, what we've sort of put in the bullets here, which we will work up to more detailed language, but is to require all new infrastructure to be accessible. I think we probably already do that, and then to look at remedial action. So, and I've we've consider that in the context of the Building Act, but we don't actually need to do that necessarily. I think we want a requirement for new infrastructure to be accessible. Should already be the case, but we'll double check. Yep. Yeah. We'll put that in the vision section as well. And then another point on investigating remedial action, which again, sorry,
more specific
on the accessibility of the East Bow West Ferry.
Through the chair, it has been investigated, and so the legal status is clear.
But remedial action in terms of what it would cost to retrofit the wharves.
That hasn't been investigated, but again, that's out of our control because the infrastructure is owned by territorial authorities, not Greater Wellington.
We could still investigate.
We could still investigate
with partners. I'm getting the sense that we should look at that.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, just at least to satisfy ourselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, now that within the Metlink service, we have a service that you can't go on if you're in a wheelchair. That is completely in contrast to our accessibility strategy, and it just makes me really uncomfortable. And as I say, the process also makes me really uncomfortable. We, as councillors, you say we've investigated it. Well, we haven't investigated it. You sent us an email 3 days ago. That's the extent of the investigation.
Councillor Duffy?
Yeah, firmly agree with Councillor Connolly's sentiments there. The other thing raised by the submitter on this was the bus as the alternative as a commuting service. But one thing we have done is we have removed the 85X express bus from Eastbourne. So I ask that we also investigate switching a couple of the 81 services to be 85 services to effectively return that service with no additional bus resources. The 85X is mentioned in the RPTP in the draft as a service, but we don't actually have any intention at this stage to reinstate that service. We have removed it without.
Can we take an action? Can we take an action on that? Should we? Are we?
So investigate the following accessibility measures.
Yeah, no, I think this is good, but I'm just thinking that specific point about the 85X. Do you want that reflected in the RPTP? Okay.
It's the feasibility of converting one or two 81 services.
Okay. As an accessibility measure, given that the ferry is not accessible. Yeah. No,
came up in discussion.
Yeah. So you got that, Emma? Yeah. Very, very good work, Emma.
81.
Appreciate this.
So 81.
Yeah. So basically, replacing some 85s.
Same route. It's just an express version of the same route.
Yeah, as an accessibility measure, given the ferry is no longer accessible.
Are you talking peak times here or just across the?
Just that's enough. We'll just yeah. One other thing I was thinking is timetables. Yeah, but let's just put this as an accessibility measure because I think it's a good point that maybe having some paper timetables at our bus stops out and about not impossible. David Boyd.
Yeah, just to, in response to that, there are timetables at every bus stop in the network. Paper timetables, part of the on the bus poll.
I don't think there are though, because we had a submitter who showed us a
I
photo.
saw the submitter, so I was surprised. So I'd say as an action, as part of that, we probably need to investigate the stops that they're using, but that's certainly our policy.
Okay, so review and ensure printed timetables at all bus stops.
So can we put that in our policies in the RPTP that all bus stops will have a printed timetable?
Yeah, is that already our policy? It's already policy.
It's already.
So it's a implementation failure. So we're going to review that. Mr. Lenson?
One of the submitters yesterday had some concerns about some of the language used in RPTP in terms of accessibility. Is there anything in here around sort of reviewing that and checking its best practice?
We could put that here. Let's put that here. Review language. It was specifically around rights-based versus deficit framing for. I think there's some good rights-based language in there, but there is some deficit framing that has crept in unintentionally. Buffy?
Two other accessibility matters have been raised by submitters. One was around for visually impaired people having the ability to know which bus is pulling up and how to get on. And that seemed like we should investigate the idea of buses having an audio announcement when the door opens as to which bus they are and where they're going. And the other one was the inaccessibility of bus stops, which is sort of a bit like the ferry, but and involves us advocating to territorial authorities and I guess we do have a program of work to make bus stops more accessible for wheelchairs. I think it is getting on board and so specifically around the audio door announcements, I think.
Through the chair, yeah, that aligns with two pieces of work that we do have a program in place, but it would be good to have that in the RPTP in terms of stop accessibility. And we have partially investigated putting announcements on buses when they arrive at stops, so we can continue with that analysis.
So investigate accessibility for additional accessibility measures for bus stops, including potential audio announcements from buses.
Sorry, and there was one more. It was relating to total mobility vehicle conversions being expensive and the contracts not being certain enough, so therefore there weren't enough vehicles which could accept wheelchairs. I didn't really understand it, but that sounded like something we wanted to follow up.
This was another thing that kind of dropped off the list. I don't even know whether it was this term or last term. Emmett came to us with an idea where we would buy some, and I thought that was a great idea because even if the scheme didn't really work very well, at least we'd be injecting some more vehicles into the system. But there hasn't been any update about that.
So I think we can put that in here again because it's still a live thing. It just hasn't kind of gone anywhere. It's sort of dormant. So I think we could put a point here, Emma.
Yeah, I think it's probably time to give this council a total mobility update as well, and we'll have a very brief discussion on it tomorrow because it's going gangbusters at the moment. So there's the capacity discussion, but there's also a cost discussion to be had on total mobility.
So Emma's going to put review progress of potential for council-owned mobility vehicles. Yeah, I know what you mean. It has been a long couple of days, and we've also got tomorrow as well. But I think we're doing pretty well. I think there's one thing I think we should do now, which is the rail infrastructure point, because Councillor Ponta had sent through some ideas to Emma and me around rail infrastructure, which I think does relate to the vision point that we agreed earlier around development of public transport infrastructure and services to support growth. And here was his thought, which was agree to I guess this is going to be like investigating a program business case to be developed starting 1st of July next year to modernise and make more accessible all stations on the Metlink network, rationalise stations where closely spaced or with low patronage use, investigate new stations as he's put there, north of Upper Hutt, north of Paraparumu, moving the Levin station. Well, I think we should, instead of new Levin station, I think we should say moving the Levin station to, yeah, moving, relocating, and then north-south junction double tracking, north of Waikanae double tracking. So, yeah, what do we think about this? I mean, it's quite. Councillor Staples.
Sorry, so the wording that's just gone into 25 is replacing 112, or is that following on? Or
112 is slightly separate. So 112 is they're just in the same road because they're both from Darren. 112 is more about bus.
Because I get 25, don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I'm not quite so comfortable with 112.
Okay, well let's just leave 112 for now, and let's look at 25. So, Councillor Duthie.
Yeah. So, in terms of the context of 25, submitters raised the idea of a sort of potential station at Queen Elizabeth Park and one at Raumati South. Now, while they might not be as important or so on as these other ones mentioned, it would be good in this piece of work to consider the future viability or the assess the benefits or something like that. And in the same vein, I think there was the Waterloo station. Do you double track the platforms versus or future proof for that versus an extension of the Melling line north to Manor Park versus some other change to, there's that strategic Hutt Valley line context that needs looking into too, which is I think an investigator and assess type action, maybe not a program business case. That sounds a little bit more formal. Not that I know what one is.
Just on that, I think probably a program business case is quite formal and quite costly. So you're in millions for that kind of work. So maybe a feasibility assessment or an investigation might be the way to go.
For those latter suggestions, you think
the whole
for
thing,
all of this?
Yeah, just as long as we get through the program business case, I think that's quite high bar.
So we're looking at a feasibility study instead of a program business case. Agree to and undertake a feasibility study. One of the things here is that quite a lot of the work on these things has already been done as part of the regional strategic rail plan. So there's which is a big document. It's like hundreds of pages, and was done with Kiwi Rail and NZTA and us. So there's a lot of material that's already been done. So it's really pulling that stuff out and updating it, and then assessing the benefits against the kind of vision that we've got in the RPTP.
And potentially adding a couple of new things in that have been raised, like the Queen Elizabeth Park. I don't think was part of that vision, and it may not be practical, but if we're going to look at it, let's look at it.
One thing here is,
so now that we've got a feasibility study, is it to be developed starting, or is it to be delivered?
Well, when can you deliver it? Can you deliver it by 1st of July?
2026.
Yeah.
Or could they be separated in the sense of undertake look at the feasibility of and then a list of things, and not necessarily bundling them all together, by a certain
undertake the
But
feasibility.
some could be done sooner.
Yeah.
And report back next month, and others might take 3 years to work with KiwiRail on some.
Maybe you could give us a little bit of wriggle room to develop a scope, because obviously the railway stations is something we have a lot of control over, but there's a lot of other KiwiRail changes
Look
that we
into
don't.
the feasibility of, and then a list of things.
Okay, undertake a program of feasibility studies to be. I think you could, to be delivered. To be delivered by the end of 2026. You can deliver them all by the end of 2026. Yeah, okay. Undertake a program to investigate the feasibility of. We are slightly starting to lose it at the end of the day.
Yeah,
No, but I think that was a helpful suggestion. But I'm just considering
a program
overall.
of feasibility studies.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to?
Because I don't think we should forget that all this work has to come out of basically existing budgets, and if we're needing input from consultants, etc., 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 there could well be things that, even though we want to do them, this comes in at number 5 and that at number 6. So I just don't think we should lose sight of that.
So
I'm not naive to the fact that new stations that are proposed are going to cost millions and millions of dollars, and we're not going to be able to do them next week. But I do think that we need to be thinking 10, 20, 50 years out, and if we don't start thinking now, we're going to be caught on the back foot. So I just want something to kind of start the process and collate information. And I do agree with Quentin that we should probably add in QEP into that list, and we should also add in the Melling loop, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just putting a few statements on that. We just talk about bus and bus routes all the time, but we should be talking about rail, and we should be talking about the development of the city and where we put the new train stations. So I think it's really important that this council knows where the biggest bang for your buck is across all those 7 or 8 options that we discussed over the last 2 days. So I think it's a useful piece of work.
So we're going to get it. We've got a point there. I think we've got everything here. So we're adding in the station to serve Queen Elizabeth Park. We're adding in a loop to connect the Melling and Hutt Valley lines, which is actually, by the way, on a plan that is a public document from KiwiRail. That loop, and yeah. So those are bullets. If you can just make them bullets, so we know what we're looking at. Congestion, Hutt Valley congestion. I think that already is being looked at.
But do we have an answer to the question of, in our Waterloo Todd, should we be adding extra tracks or not?
We think not.
So what we said.
Yeah. So are we happy with where we've got to on that one?
And we'll tidy all this.
We'll tidy it up, but you get the vibe of it, to quote the castle. Yeah, we're doing the right hand side.
Because we've got 1, 2, 3 on the left and 4
It's a numbering
Look,
issue.
it's all copy and paste. Don't worry. It's nothing.
The one on the right hand side has everything on that is in the left hand side.
Words
and more.
Not numbers. Don't
All
worry about
this
numbers.
and more. Councillor Duthie?
Related but slightly separate, there were some submissions that pointed to, once the Melling station reopens, we should consider more frequent services, weekend services, that sort of thing. It would be good to have in this RPTP in action to, before we open that station, to actually consider what the future service looks like then.
Yeah. Do you want to reflect that in this?
I mean, not as this part of this list, because it's not an
Okay,
infrastructure
good.
thing, but
But as an action,
separate rail action.
Yeah. Good. Okay, so should we move these? Hang on a second. You can move them. You can move them. We'll just wait till we've got them in front of us. We're doing well. We're nearly finished, I think.
So,
I think we're
so
finished.
Quentin, sorry, include
Frequency of services.
Assess future mailing services once the station reopens.
Yeah, and so yeah, Councillor Connolly's moving these rail infrastructure points, and we've got a seconder. Councillor Lee is seconding. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? So those are passed. Right. I want to just take us back 5 minutes to the accessibility section, which we deliberated on and agreed but forgot to vote on. So we should rectify that once we get to it. Oh, it's just one of these ones that there's so much on it that it's straddling 2 pages. So
So look, the only way I can do that.
just leave it there for a bit and we'll have a look at it. And then go down a bit more. Okay. So stop talking. Councillor Duffy's moving. Councillor Duffy's moving, and
Sorry, just
hang on a second.
We have the mitigation section in there
Which was that one about?
about the theory.
Yeah, that's in there.
Leave your action on days
Yeah, yeah,
theory. And
yeah.
presumably, well, yeah, I don't know whether there are issues at Wellington and issues on Sloan's Island as well. Yeah, wars and theories.
Okay. Yeah, take out Daisy. So we had Councillor Duthie moving those, I think, did we? Yeah. And Councillor Lee seconding them. And all those in favour and those against. So those are passed too. So I wonder, Emmett, do you think there's anything else that we really need to do now that we couldn't do as part of our connections?
So again, Tim will be bringing this up tomorrow with you and introducing the notion of connection protection. So I think it should be adequately left to that discussion tomorrow, Tim.
Yeah. I guess the other thing to note is just because it's not in the RPTP doesn't preclude you from directing us at a later date for doing something as well, which you quite often do. So,
Well, we might as well pop it in.
But if you want to capture it now, you can.
I think let's capture it now. Let's. I mean, basically, we'll note the points in the left-hand column 14. Connections, bus to bus, bus to rail, bus to ferry, better shelter, better connections, and bus waiting for train. We'll note that. Do you want to move that, Quentin? Somebody to second it. Councillor Staples seconding that. Those in favour. Those against. Yes, Councillor Collins, in debate.
Just sorry, I'm not debating. New topic.
New topic.
So we've passed all that list of stations we want to investigate. Just harking back to that question about Linram and its relationship to new services. Do we need a separate recommendation to just look at Linram in the context of changing station?
Yeah. I was thinking about that too. I had that in my own notes about whether we need a sort of Linram point.
So the Linram is going to be very much part of the transition strategy that's being developed at the moment. So it's a challenging space because obviously we require engagement with Kiwi Rail and the TAs. And we obviously can't get funding, I think, as Councillor Staples had noted, for a lot of these stations that are outside our region as well, which is turning out to be an interesting discussion. So I think this will be something that will be presented to Council probably in the next term, but it's something that's going to be quite challenging as well because we'll have the trains and it's making the most of them, but also making sure that we have the right stations and the right access to those stations in place. And particularly in Horowhenua and Palmerston North, there's some particularly average stations along that line that need to be addressed, and I think that will be a Council discussion at some point. But if we want to capture it here, it's something we'll do as a matter of course as per the transition plan for Linram.
I didn't quite get the point that was raised, but there was some point about the fact that we need to make sure that Linram doesn't preclude new stations.
Yeah.
And I just want to check that someone's across that.
Yeah, I think it's also the new stations that need to be looked at, but also the existing ones aren't fit for purpose. Some of them are earthquake prone. There's definitely a fairly substantive work piece in there to work through.
So do we want to put something in on Learn Room, or are we happy? I'm happy, basically. I think we're doing a huge amount on that. I think we've got a lot in there. So, is there anything else that we actually need to do?
So you're
I think
comfortable that the land use has been covered?
We've done that. We've done all
Covered the
those.
submissions.
Done all those. Done all those.
We've
Keep
done
going.
all
Keep
of
going.
those,
Keep going.
guys. Timetables
Done
we've
that.
discussed. Vision we've
Done
discussed.
that.
Minor changes we've
Done that.
discussed. We're good.
Hang on, are we good? I think we're good actually.
We're good. I think we've done everything.
Just double checking. Oh, so there's Darren's point about
Oh, we never talked about it before.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Up. That one.
Oh no, I was going to Darren's one about the road controlling authorities and he's right, yeah, but and Adrian didn't like it. Yeah.
Ah, right, because we put that, yes.
Yeah. Did you find?
We're being asked to investigate roads, which are not this. So, and this is around funding, because I totally get that we need good roads to run a good bus service on, and I get that. But in times of great need that we have when it comes to dollars, I'm not comfortable that we're going to undertake a full review of the local roading network at the moment.
I mean, what can we do here? Is it work with the TAs to investigate what he's got there? To work with the TAs to investigate local roading improvements for public transport. I mean, we do. I mean, because actually, it's about. I mean, one of the things was this Wainuiomata, North Wainuiomata, Wise Street, and linking that up. But it's also about bus lanes and bus corridors. There's a whole range of things. So I think it's worth having a point here that's like working. Yeah, it could be. I guess we're. Yeah. It is. I guess we're pulling it out though, and maybe we could, if we're pulling it out there, identify this. I think this is the last thing we're going to do. So that, and then you could include in that, including better positioning of the HX service to Wellington railway station.
I think that's about the whole planning, initiation of the whole thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Much prefer that wording because it sounded like we were doing a full review of all roads, which is a bit outside our wheelhouse. But
okay, let's just leave it there. Should we just leave it there? Someone happy to move that? Work with TAs to identify key roading works that are needed to support urban growth. And movement of people. Yeah. Is someone happy to move that? You're happy to move that, Councillor Bassett? Yeah. And then somebody else to second it, Councillor Staples. All those in favour of this roading improvement recommendation, those say aye, and those against, that's passed. So I think that's everything for today on the deliberations. I think we have deliberated extensively. Councillor Duthie has a point.
I have two more, and then I'm done. So one is a plank of the RPTB is east-west connection between the Hutt Valley and Porirua, which is great, but it's all framed as Upper Hutt to Porirua, and yet the sort of connection would be from Manor Park and can be used by Lower Hutt and Upper Hutt to go through to Porirua. So I just wonder if that needs a wording change.
I think we'll take that as an action. We'll take that as an action.
And then this last one, final. There were a number of submissions around bike parking facilities and security in particular, because we've got quite good bike parking facilities, I think, but security is a problem with increased theft. So I wonder if we do a simple review of our bike parking facilities at stations and the safety and security, the security aspect, and if anything can be improved.
We will get copies. I would say probably sometime next week. You've got to go. What on earth we've agreed to? Yeah, we'll be able to see what on earth we've agreed to probably next week. Yeah. Well, I mean, no, we do that. We do that in the annual plan and the long-term plan, so don't worry about that. But can I just say thanks to Emma and Tim, and thank you to all of the team over there, Scott, Jamie, Lily, Bernard. Bernard might have gone home already. No, I can't see him. He's behind a massive pole. But thank you. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. So thank you so much. I hope it's been enjoyable for you as much as it has been for us. And thanks to the members for being here. I really appreciate it. And you too. I mean, obviously, this is the highlight of your year as the RPTP hearings.
Highlight of their life.
So thank you all. So we'll close the meeting, and I'll do a karakia for us to close off. So, me karakia tātou, unuhia, unuhia ki te urutapu nui, kia wātia, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua i te ara takatā, koia rai rongo, whakairia ake ki runga, kia tina, huie. Thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.